you doing? Good morning, good afternoon, whatever the hell you want to call it. How we feeling? Oh, goodness. Okie dokie. We're gonna get ready here to start up. For anyone who doesn't know, this is Our Life Beginnings and Always, an inclusive visual novel that I absolutely adore. We have been going through all of the different guys' endings. Beautiful. Okay, y'all can hear me. Wonderful. I love that. But yeah, we're going through all of the dudes' endings. We've done Cove's already. We've done Derek's already. Today we will be doing Mr. Baxter boards. Because yeah, you can only technically do one before the game ends. But if you save right here, you kind of cheat the system and you get to go back and do all three. It's fun. But okie dokie, let's see what's going on with our dude, shall we? Fingers crossed that this doesn't turn into an 11-hour stream. I love Derek, but that 11-hour stream was rough. Okay. Down the rabbit hole we go. I've got 4 waters set up next to me. I got a nice little soda. We should be set up for success today, friends. Okay. And here we go. In between. Oh my goodness, I always love my little character. Shit's so cute. Yeah, I think we're good on all of the stuff and things. Let's just double check where everything is at. Ba-ba-bum. Yeah, I would argue I'm good. Okay, done. And then for Cove, we're going to keep relaxed crush is fine. Because this is not about Cove. This is about... we're not customizing you. Sorry, Cove. This is about Baxter, and we're gonna go with a relaxed love for Baxter. Oh, I'm so hype. Okay, let's go. Begin step 4, relaxed love. Abso-fucking-lutely. Thank you, thank you. We want high initiative. Oh, I love reading through this bit. This bit is so fucking cute every time. And so, your days growing up in the loving cradle of Sunset Bird came to an end. Hey Hunter, thank you for the hydrate, appreciate it. Doing pretty good, yeah, you're just in time, we're starting up. Okie dokie. In the years that passed since graduation, you'd move out of your childhood home and made your own way in the world. I think we live with Cove and his fish, if I remember correctly. And you had multiple ways of earning income in the gaming industry, buddies. Your family members went through the same kinds of leaps into independence. Liz and Lee both eventually earned degrees and started fantastic careers in new towns. But your mom's and Cove's father still lived on that same street as they had for all those years before. It was comforting to you that there were some things that remained in the old neighborhood. And despite the ever-changing reality of your adult life, your friends were still your friends. Though, of course, things weren't exactly the same for them either. Very recently, Terry publicly came out as a man and switched the spelling of his name to use a Y instead of an I. He also confessed his love for Miranda, which she excitedly reciprocated. They moved in together recently in the city out past Sunset Bird. Derek was as busy as always, but doing well. He always made an effort to keep in touch, and you even saw each other in person occasionally. For the person who'd left the town and you behind, you never even tried to make him talk to you. Baxter obviously wasn't interested. But you still looked back on those summer days fondly. He made the season special, and you'd always remember that. It seemed your thoughts and feelings would go unheeded by him for the rest of your life. And then there's what became of the sad little boy you grew up with, Cove Holden. Your deep affection for him was something that continued to last unabated over the years. He truly thrived in his continued efforts of cultivating loving and supportive relationships with his family and friends. You couldn't say his personality had changed exactly. Instead, it became more refined. Cove was a gentle, loyal, considerate man who took the lessons he'd learned over the years to treat the people around him with patience and understanding. When Cove eventually developed a picture of the future he wanted to have as an adult, it made perfect sense to you based on his interests. He went to college to study marine biology. His ultimate goal was set on becoming a natural resource technician, and he still volunteered with Orca when his workload allowed it. As an adult, Cove was able to recognize and have diagnosed that he was on the autism spectrum. It was something that hadn't been noticed by his doctors as a child, but he was still the same Cove he always was to you, and he was just glad to understand himself better. It thrilled you to see how happy and successful he'd grown up to be. Of course, growth and change didn't only occur for the people you knew most directly, it happened to everyone. And a particularly exciting bit of news came in the form of an engagement announcement. Miranda's older brother Jude was proposed to by his longtime boyfriend Scott Adam, the guy that you'd known as Grant. Ah, that's so cute. Learning his actual name after all those years was almost as incredible as finding out the two were getting married. After being long distance for a few years, Scott had moved to California to get a place with Jude. You'd even met him in person more than once when visiting Randy and Terry. Both men in the couple were welcoming whenever you'd come around. They loved to look out for Miranda and her little friends. They were in their 30s, so someone barely in the double decades was basically still a kid. I was gonna say, I love the little details they throw in of representation. Like, I think looking back, I think it's really cool that they did that and added that to Cove's character. Um, and I don't know. I love him. He's the soft, squishy ocean boy forever. Uh, and yeah, I think that's really cool. But you counted them as friends of your own. Hell yeah, those be my buddies. They sent you a very official letter of invitation to their special day through the mail. Terry and Randy were obviously guests as well. Though it was something of a surprise when Cove ended up on that list. He didn't have a personal relationship with either groom, but Cove had attended many Eckert events throughout his life. Plus, Jude and Scott weren't harsh enough to leave one member of the usual gang out. Now the wedding was fast approaching. It was set to be a fantastic day with friends, family, and a celebration of the bonds that brought you all together. Unfortunately, making that plan a reality was easier said than done. The happy couple ended up in need of some help. A lot of it. Ooh, pretty! You squinted into the afternoon sun on a quiet suburb street, one bag slung over your shoulder and a suitcase in hand. You'd arrived at the Adam Eckert household, your place of residence for the next week about. It'd been weeks since you'd started making plans to come down for the wedding. You weren't gonna miss it. However, it was a one-day affair, and coming this far in advance was a last-minute request. Jude, Scott, Terry, Miranda, and the rest of the Eckert clan had been putting on the wedding entirely themselves. They managed the DIY process as best they could over a few months. But it turned out arranging a marriage ceremony and reception was not on the same level as birthday parties, graduation celebrations, and family reunions. The date was nearly upon them, things weren't finished, and neither man wanted to lose the venue. With no way to magically conjure up more hours in a day, their solution was to have more hands on deck to finish prep work. That was where you came in, and how you went from simply being a guest in attendance to joining the official party planning posse. Yeah, try saying that 5 times fast, holy shit. You were glad to do it for them. They'd have come to your aid if you ever needed something. Again, I'm gonna go the middle ground of even if it took a while to make it. I don't think it'd be too far away, but it wouldn't be a super short trip, so even if it took a while to make it. Miranda was the first to come up to you, circling around from the other side of the vehicle. She was just beaming. You hugged her around the side with your free hand. As much as you'd missed her, you'd have to dive into the car as soon as the van door opened at the pickup spot. This was your first chance to stand together face to face. Miranda squeezed herself against you, giggling with fresh excitement. It was like being a teen again. Oh, I can get that for you. She reached towards the suitcase as she spoke her intentions. You've got to be exhausted. I am tired, but I can handle my own bags. Okay, don't push yourself though. I love Randy. Last one out was Terry. He hopped from the driver's seat, ready for action. Let's get all this put away. It sounds like you want to pack me in a box or something. Not yet. We can't ship you back until the wedding is over. Terry. You chuckled. Of course. You went in for a hug. I love Terry. Terry threw an arm around your shoulder in response, pulling your heads together. The stubble of his buzz-cut sides tickled your cheek. Time to bring the party inside, buds. He didn't need to say more. Miranda Speed walked ahead, her sun hat flapping from her firm, determined steps. She had the spare key to her brother's place. You all would have been stranded on the curb without her. Miranda got it unlocked, opened the door, and gestured for the others to come on in. All three of you went inside. Mission accomplished. We've successfully dropped off Blake. The reason you were crashing there was because Terry and Randy lived in a tiny city apartment, while Scott and Jude had an entire house. The extra space and free accommodations were big reasons you were able to do this to begin with. If you had to get a hotel room, the plan would have been shot. Okay, their house is cute. I see you. I like the little couches. They have a lot of plants. Holy nuggets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plants. I like the curtains too. Okay. Look at them being all grown up with a house. I also like that little light. The downsides of living in a tourist-heavy area and of getting married during the most popular season. But it worked out, and that's what mattered. Their home was a chill and comfortable-looking place, as long as you imagined what it was like without the absolute mess everywhere. The living room had obviously been co-opted into the base of operations for their crafting endeavors. Every inch of countertop and even flat enough cushions were piled high with supplies. Oh boy. What's my first assignment? I'm glad you asked. You can relax or unpack or anything. Later today, we're gonna meet up with Jude and Scott for dinner at the Seaside Seafood Restaurant. Jesus. They did that shit on purpose with the seaside seafood. I'm telling you again, say it 5 times fast. Off to the side, Terry's arms folded with mock seriousness. Technically, it's a business meeting to make the hiring official, but who cares? Not me, definitely not Jude, and Scott does care, but in the opposite way. He's gonna be waiting for us. Besides, we're all part of the party planning group, so we've gotta meet the MVP. Oh yeah, they found someone to plan the wedding? Uh-huh. I still don't know how much he can do this late, but it's probably better to have somebody who knows what they're doing around. Exactly, Randy. It's gonna come together great. I hope so. Miranda sighed wearily. While you'd started your career on the committee approximately 5 minutes ago, it had already been a long journey for the rest of the crew. Wear and tear and frayed nerves were to be expected. However, your presence had lifted their spirits. Miranda perked up when she spoke again. I'll show you which room is yours, Blake. Thanks. Oh my god, it's so cute! I like the little lamps and look at the pillows. Oh, I'm obsessed. She escorted you upstairs. Terry lingered behind. He assumed you didn't need 2 people overseeing your unpacking. You can use the bathroom right across the hall for showers and everything. I'll give you some privacy, but you can always come downstairs if you wanna. See you soon. Yeah, so the wedding, mind you, they haven't showed up in the game at this point, but it's Randy's older brother Jude and his partner Scott. They've been briefly referenced and mentioned. I think Jude may have said a line or two, but up until this point we have not seen them. Thanks, Randy. I also love her little blue top. Stop it. Bye. It was a relief to not rush out the door. You popped open the suitcase and began to settle in. You were also sure to text family and friends to let them know you'd made it there safely. After all that, you were able to rest. Your mind calmed, and slowly it sunk in that you were actually back in the area. You were home, kind of. In one direction up the highway was Prisma Vista City, and the other Sunset Bird. Okay, so we're like smack in between the two areas we've been. That was the most unusual thing. You weren't in either of those locations, but a strange place in between. As the sun began to set, a knock landed against the door. Terry called through. Dinner time! Okay, be right there. You got your phone off the charger, a few other things, and joined up with Terry in the hall. Then you both linked with Randy on the first floor. Once more, the three of you piled into Terry's van. He pulled out of the driveway with great haste. You were bound for another long-awaited reunion. It took about 20 minutes to reach the restaurant. The place had to be popular since the only open space was at the very end of the lot. Ah. You leisurely exited the vehicle and stretched in the warm air. Terry and Miranda ambled over in no rush, until you glanced towards the building. Because they were there, right at the front, the curly-haired Jude and the bespectacled Scott. Neither of them were easy to miss on their own, and together they were unmistakable. Hey, Jude dude. Hi, Grant. Hi. Miranda took Terry's arm, dragging him across the tarmac. Wow. You had to break into a light jog not to be left in the dust. The couple of the hour amiably greeted your little group. Jude Eckert and Scott Adam. Miranda's one and only brother was living the typical Californian software development dream. Jude's partner Scott was easily able to transfer his physical therapist career to a new state when he moved. Both of them needed to take time completely off from their packed schedules in the lead up to the wedding. Miranda's workload was almost non-existent already. She was normally a teacher's assistant while continuing her education. School was out for her students and herself. It was a bit more awkward for Terry, whose lifeguard services were in high demand during that season. But the whole team was committed to getting things done no matter what. You made it! That was sort of meant for everyone, but mainly Jude was talking about you. Scott made the special attention even more transparent. So nice seeing you, Blake. Ah, I love them. Congratulations on your almost wedding! Oh, hug them. You slipped between them to hug both. They responded in kind, but your sides experienced two very different sensations. Scott's enthusiastic squeeze felt extra tight when it came in at the same moment as Jude simply resting an arm over your shoulder. And hello, Terry Miranda. Scott finally addressed the other people there. Hi again. What are you doing? I thought you had a table. Her big brother answered with a carefree or perhaps careless smile. The other guy's holding it down for us. What? Jude, you left your new wedding planner by himself in the restaurant? For who knows how long? Yeah. Miranda's gaze was withering. As sweet as she normally was, her siblings could test her patience like nobody else. But Jude's fiance came in with an equally unapologetic defense. He didn't mind. We had to be here to meet you. Besides, none of the real planning is happening today. It won't start until tomorrow. We're not missing anything. I love them. Thanks for the hydrate reminder. Appreciate it. Very, very cute. Very, very cute. Love to be here. It's kind of awkward for the planner, though. Well, let's give him some company. Terry is so determined. Look at his face. He said, let's go. Good call. The meetup moved inside as everyone filtered into the fancy restaurant. Ooh, pretty. Jude signaled to the host and got a nod, recognized as someone who'd already been seated. So, your group passed on by to the seating area. Jude and Scott had already taken their place as the leaders of the squad, guiding the rest of you to the right place. Terry remained hot on their heels while Miranda kept close to him. That left you bringing up the rear. Threading through the white-clothed furniture, you noticed how most of them only had room for 2 or 4 people. Your party would be 6 in number, counting the planner. You had to be situated at the far end of the room because of that. The others came to a stop directly in front of a window with a glorious view of the sun setting over the ocean. That must be the spot. You tilted and stretched your neck in an attempt to see through a gap in the small crowd of people, and you managed to catch a glimpse of the table. A young man was already seated, his legs crossed primly, his chin resting ever so delicately against a hand. Swept hair and a tailored suit spoke of a high level of care and attention to details. In the reddish light of evening, his brown eyes shone like rich pools of dark honey, and on his neck was a distinct beauty mark, a living portrait of class. That was the wedding planner. It was Baxter Ward, my guy. Here we are. This is everybody we've got. My sister, her boyfriend, and her friend. Baxter's focus shifted away from the sea views to acknowledge his clients. Seeing the new company, his already heavily lidded eyes narrowed further. The softness in his smile pinched. Of course you were related to the other Eckert I've met. Why wouldn't you be? The vague comment didn't pass Jude for a second. He was incredulous in an instant. What? You know Miranda? Ah, well... No elaboration. He brushed it off with an actual brush through his hair. But Terry caught on the implication and chimed in. Randy, you recognize this guy? She faltered in a similar way, unable to commit to denying, but not able to confirm either. You couldn't see the faces of your friends. They huddled together to discuss with Miranda in a way that gave you a clearer view of Baxter. He was demurely scrutinizing the reactions, tapping a finger against his cheek and gauging what to do next. Maybe they would have recognized you if you were wearing black and white, huh, Baxter? Baxter's palms cracked against the tabletop. He abruptly stood, almost knocking the chair over. Oh, he's fucking shook he wasn't ready for me to make the comment. Oh no, look at him. He's like a deer in fucking headlights, bro. I'm sorry, I had to. It was entirely out of place with the restrained countenance you'd always known Baxter to maintain. At his full height, he surged past the others and finally saw the last person attending this meeting. You. Miranda gasped. Terry shouted. Baxter? Baxter is his name. Yep. How do you know this dude? The pointed question was shot your way. He corrected himself, lifting a hand to assure you it was fine to forget it. How do you know my little sister? Jude newly directed the interrogation towards who he considered to be the real problem. Baxter stared into your face. He breathed deeply, unsteadily. It became disconcertingly quiet after the initial explosive reaction. The sounds of other guests chatting over their meals, the clinking of silverware, servers bustling around, it all vanished. Were other people even still in the room? It was impossible to tell. You couldn't even move to check. Then the moment passed. Baxter grinned wide and ran his hands down the silky edges of his jacket to smooth it out. A familiar gesture for calming his nerves. Life is full of unexpected coincidences, As you might vaguely remember, my name is Baxter Ward. With a casual flip of his wrist, Baxter gave a brief account of your shared history. 5 years ago, I stayed in Sunset Bird for a summer vacation during a semester off in college. We spent a bit of time together then. By we, I mean the three of you, along with one other. Cove was his name, I believe. Now, in hopes of starting off on the right foot, let me apologize for my younger self. I was embarrassingly immature in how I handled our acquaintanceships. And I understand entirely if this is awkward. Just know that I'm open to any ideas on how to accommodate working together. I am fully committed to assuring that Mr. Eckert and Mr. Adam have a wonderful wedding. That is the only reason I'm here. Huh. It was certainly a revelation for the betrothed. Every person they'd enlisted to help with the wedding were part of some past social group. Is there a problem with this? Terry, Miranda, Blake? They attempted to prompt a response from all of you. Hmm. Ah. The other normally happy couple in the group shared uneasy glances. It's not like Baxter did anything to me, but... Well, it's nice of you to say it, though. Baxter Ward's attempt to ward off potential discomfort managed to have the complete opposite effect. He was apologizing for nothing. You'd all known he was there for that trip and then he'd go home. No one had been surprised. But you could get why he'd feel bashful about how he acted in hindsight, especially now that he was here as a working professional. This seems like a good time for a fresh start. I appreciate that. Look at him will smile. Stop it. You didn't doubt how grateful he was to let bygones be bygones, even if his smile couldn't reach his eyes. Terry and Randy brightened properly, and that had the domino effect of putting relieved smiles on the faces of Jude and Scott as well. The mood was salvaged. Here. Baxter coolly moved the conversation along. The sooner the topic had nothing to do with his personal life, the better. I've got business cards for you. It has ways to contact me. Email, phone, the usual. Baxter didn't attempt to pass them out directly. Instead, he delicately placed a stack of cards on the table. They were such a stark white, the fancy cloth they'd rested on looked dingy. Sleek black cursive was printed across their front, very formal. Next, Baxter retrieved a sleek black phone from his pocket. Black and white cards and a black phone. It could be a coincidence. Those color choices normally expressed a lack of interest in displaying any personality, especially with businessmen. Yet a part of you wondered if it was in reference to the unique way he'd utilized those shades in the past. If possible, I could use your numbers. That will be useful for keeping everyone informed. There's a group chat for the wedding planning. I won't text you privately. You got it, boss. For the second time with Terry and the first for Miranda, numbers were exchanged with Baxter. Thank you. Not my number is the same. You should already have it. Just tell him your damn number. Don't make this harder for him. Poor Baxter's doing his best. He is professional. I love him. Not me getting little Discord notifications because I'm in a Baxter-centered fucking Discord too. Yeah, you told him your number. That was fine. He tapped away at the screen as you listed off the sequence before returning the phone into his side jacket. Thank you for your cooperation. It's settled. One final black and white object appeared from Baxter's pocket, his wallet, which held a green $10 bill, which he put next to the business cards. Please use this for my coffee. I'll take my leave. You're going? We haven't even ordered. I don't want to intrude on a meal between friends and family. We've met. He tugged at his collar over that understatement. Exchanged numbers, and the first official planning meeting was arranged before the others arrived. I'll leave you to catch up and discuss next steps on your own terms. I will see some or perhaps all of you soon. Have a nice evening. After a polite incline of his head, Baxter slipped out of the corner through a gap in the crowd. In only a matter of seconds, he was gone. Again. You almost could have believed you'd hallucinated the entire encounter. The floral scent that lingered behind was in your mind. That money could have been from anywhere. Maybe Mr. Holden had been nearby. That was easier to wrap your head around than the actual reality, except for the piece of undeniable proof. He'd left business cards. Oh, it's a Discord specifically dedicated for like all of the Baxter fans in the fandom because people felt like Baxter didn't get enough love. It's super fucking cute. I actually found it through I think it was Tumblr cuz you'll find a lot of fan art and like different written little pieces about the different guys. And obviously, I look at all the Baxter stuff. And yeah, someone was like, you know what? I love Baxter. I'm making a Discord dedicated to Baxter. And so now it's just a Baxter Ward Discord. Super fucking cute. Damn. Here and then gone again. Sounds about right. As it said printed in ink, Baxter Ward Wedding Planner was a real entity. Miranda and Terry both took one each for future reference or idle curiosity. Oh yeah, no, I love that Discord. I'll send it to you later. Just drop me a message and remind me, because depending on how long this goes, it might leave my brain. I feel like with how I am, you kept his number saved even after 5 years. Did he have a new number those days? You peered down at the little piece of cardstock. It would be rude not to take what he gave, so you did. All right, before our plans, tell me about that planner. What's the story? Ah, hmm. See, I feel like old friend isn't. How do you summarize him? Oh goodness, to summarize Baxter. Cause here's the thing. I wouldn't just put him in the friend category. But none of these properly summarize the thing we had going. So I guess he was my neighbor for a little while. Is probably the most accurate one here. It's been 5 years since I've seen him. Yep. Baxter was this rich guy who showed up on Blake Street. Then he vanished. Nobody knew what happened to him. Terry, he went back to college. Nobody knows. I love Terry. The ridiculous insistence got some chuckles. For how serious the job ahead was, it was nice you could still have fun together. Wow. Wow was right. It's good he decided to come back. It would have been so hard to find somebody else to work with us. And about that. So before you made it, me, Jude, and Baxter decided to meet up tomorrow morning. We have an appointment at his office all penciled in. I'd like you to be there too, if you can. Tomorrow morning? Yeah, Mr. Ward recommended it. That way there'd be as much time as possible afterwards to make what was planned happen. Sorry to spring it on you. It was Baxter's idea? Yep, he's got a point. Not like we've got time to lose. How would that go? You had to wonder. What happened last time you tried to do something early with Baxter appeared clear as morning sky in your mind's eye? Of course, that was a long time ago. Okay, we'll be there. Aye, aye. Right, that's fine with me. This was a special moment to people who mattered to you. It was a point of pride to be one small part of it. And then Miranda kindly pointed out how this get-together was in a restaurant and it could still be used for its intended purpose. It was a much appreciated suggestion. You spent a few minutes focused entirely on which delicious meal to have. No stakes, no pressure. The waiter returned. Each person put in a request for dinner, and that was it. Menus were taken away, and you only needed to wait. In the relative privacy of a back corner table, Terry solidly dropped his fist onto the table, as if calling a meeting. Baxter wasn't wearing black and white. I never thought I'd see the day. Baxter is a wedding planner? Miranda blurted out her own non sequitur with equal amazement. It makes sense he ended up as an event planner, honestly. No, yeah, I totally agree. Baxter is perfect to do that, but that almost makes it weirder. It's like someone made it up because it sounds reasonable. Well, anyway, I'm so happy it's almost your wedding. Starting shy and building up more cheer, Miranda attempted to express her happiness for her big brother and his soon-to-be husband. It's so great. Thanks, Randy. I love them. They're so cute. Oh, thank you, Miranda. That's right. This is a time to celebrate. Congrats, my man and other man. Even though the final destination was many trials away, it was still shining on the horizon. You'd make it there. You were certain of that. Congratulations again! The conversation was abuzz with excitement for the event to come. For now, anything sounded possible. Food soon arrived, and the topic switched again. You caught up on how things were going with each other overall, how your trip went, and all things besides the opaque man who had left early. You had a great time with friends, glad to be back. When the meal was over, goodbyes were exchanged. Terry and Miranda had to go back to their apartment, while Jude and Scott were going to take you to their house. The party planning committee broke into two teams after Terry was talked out of giving special code names to the groups with the promise of reuniting early the next day. Tomorrow morning, the work would officially begin. At the house, your hosts gave you space to finish sorting your things along with your thoughts. You tugged clothes from the suitcase in a total haze. It was dark outside, and indoors the artificial lighting blurred around the corners of your eyes. Eventually, your phone lit up repeatedly. Plucking it off the side table where it had been charging, you checked to see what came in. It was the promised group chat. Baxter had messaged you, but also Miranda and Terry. Jude and Scott could see it as well, of course. They were the original members. Hello, welcome to the planning chat all. This is Baxter. Thank you again for assisting with the wedding prep. Our first meeting is tomorrow at 9 a.m. You can call or text anything if anything comes up, or if that appointment isn't possible. See you soon. The short stream of texts ended with a copy-paste of the exact address for his office. It was as pleasantly detached as you'd expect from a stranger you'd met briefly once, and in the context of him providing a service for monetary compensation. I know! Baxter was never a morning person. But that wasn't the relationship you had. It could only be ignored, not erased. You hadn't even tried. You'd kept his number, and after all this time, it had appeared again. Baxter's contact hadn't changed. It was the exact same one you'd gotten in the summer of 2016. You still had a history together. Your fingers began to move before your conscious mind caught up with what was happening. You opened the old logs. The last time Baxter had texted you personally was 5 years ago. Seeing the most recent message was nostalgic. It was during that absolutely unexpected trip to the mountain he let you join in on. I'm downstairs, the final line he ever sent. That had been quite the night. Baxter had snuck out to the lobby and let you share in a private moment. For a time, it was as if you and him were the only two people in the world. You'd felt like you'd seen who he really was in the light of the fireplace. I mean, yes. I'm gonna go with you didn't know who he was anymore, but you were willing to learn. Because it seems like a lot has changed for him in the last 5 years. And that's fine. If anything, I think that's exciting. So yeah, you didn't know who he was anymore, but you were willing to learn. Also, thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate it. I'm gonna have to refill soon. I didn't have enough room to fill it up properly. Suddenly, an actually recent message popped up at the top of your screen. It was Terry, laminating how the overly formal language was gone from Baxter's texting speech. That was so funny, he decried. You dropped the phone and smiled. It looks like you weren't the only one reminiscing about that silly black and white boy. He was gone and he was there. Baxter Ward was simply an inexplorable part of your life. You called your big sister to talk about what had happened. Exactly, it is exciting to get to know him again. Like, I don't think the change has to be a bad thing. I just like that we get to see his face. We gotta tell Liz the tea. From an entirely abandoned contact to one of your most frequently used numbers, you hit Liz's name on your phone. Big sisters were made for moments like these. There was plenty to think about to pass the seconds as the dial tone played. She wouldn't be attending the wedding. Miranda was your friend, only an acquaintance of hers, and she'd never even met Jude or Scott in person. Liz had no idea what was going on over here, and never would unless you said so. And so, you would. Your screen changed. She'd answered. Hey kiddo! What a sound for sore ears, even if she came right out the gate with teasing you. You survived your journey. That's good to know. That's right. Hi, Liz. She laughed, and you could easily imagine her tossing her head back. Well, how is it going? That pleasantry was a more complicated question than she knew. It was going, that was for sure, but you got straight to the core point. Jude and Scott, the couple I'm helping, hired a wedding planner. It is Baxter Ward. You conveyed all the disbelief you'd originally felt into the hushed statement. Her answer was a single flat word. Who? That Victorian emo boy, Pepe Le Pew, you know. That loser? Damn, Liz, fucking roasting a guy that can't even defend himself. He's a wedding planner now, and he's not a loser, Liz, goddamn. Yes. She processed this over a silent minute and concluded it was acceptable. Well, I guess who else would want to spend their time absorbed in the fanciest of life events than a guy who acted like every day was a grand ball? Is he still ridiculous? No, he's very professional. I didn't expect that. I can't even imagine that. I now regret not getting an invitation to that wedding. I ought to be there for this. It would have been nice to have you around. Yes, it would. You two siblings spent more time chatting, but eventually had to wrap things up. You had an early morning on the horizon. After a playful bye, kiddo, Liz ended the call. You placed the phone down for good. It had been tempting to make another call, but you needed to get into bed. Rest was the priority. It had been an eventful enough day already. You finished your trip there. You came face to face with Baxter Ward after 5 years. And the real work hadn't even started yet. At 8:45 the next morning, the wedding team of 5 crowded into Baxter's office. And crowded was the word. The first challenge your team faced was where exactly to sit. A single faux leather couch and scattered office chairs that went with desks were the available options. This space was not made for a crew of people, but considering it normally hosted couples, you couldn't complain. Okay, I like his office. Cute. Scott, Jude, and Miranda sat in a row, snug on the couch like peas in a pod. Randy's legs were crossed over the cushions, so there was room for Terry on the ottoman. I don't know, you sat on the armrest, I guess? The edges cut into your butt. Not a great start. The planner hadn't been there, so to see the groggy game of music the planner hadn't been there to see the groggy game of musical chairs. You were still waiting for him even then. Scott stared at the time on his phone, flinching at every minute closer to 9. Jude squished against him and rubbed his fiancée's back. As welcoming as the two had been, almost walking on eggshells to make sure nothing felt troubling, you were still aware how tight the deadline was. They had to be feeling the pressure. Then when the clock struck 9, there was a knock on the door. Confused glances ebbed from Miranda's end of the couch down to your side, each person wondering if everybody else heard that. Who's there? The door swung wide open in response. Good morning, everyone. There he was, shoes shiny, suit fresh pressed, hair swooped just so with not a strand out of place, grin granite sharp. He looked even more self-possessed than at the restaurant. Obviously, this Baxter ward was perfectly capable of functioning before noon. The overly grand way of speaking, the difficulty with mornings, the monochrome style, the desire to befriend everyone he met, none of his most recognizable characteristics seemed to have lasted. You had to wonder who he was really, if not all that. Hey, sup? Good morning. Morning, Baxter. Why him look so soft? Hello. Thank you for coming. Scott scrambled to hide his phone with one hand and used the other to keep from losing his glasses in the haste. And something happened. Baxter's smile curved playfully and his eyes narrowed. You blinked rapidly, almost expecting white streaks to materialize in his hair. This is my office. There's few other places I could go. Well, that attitude was familiar at least. Flawlessly poised, Baxter strode to the other half of the room and took a seat in the rolling office chair opposite the couch. He used the tips of his feet to smoothly twist the chair's position so that it faced the group completely. Now, we know why we're here. I believe we should begin. Nods and low murmurs of agreement followed. I love him. Until the entire room started from a sudden shout. Terry smacked himself against the side of his head. Oh wait. All eyes were on him. Terry beamed, keeping his attention squarely on Baxter. Since you've missed everything, I've got to tell you that I'm a guy. Of course, I understand. Thank you for talking about that with me. Cool. He sprung forward on the footstool. And I use a Y in Terry, not an I. Then Terry settled down from the second rapid interjection. He rolled a hand through the air as if to say, carry on. I will remember that. Baxter retrieved a notepad and pen from his inner jacket pocket. So normally, I'd love to hear as much about you two as you're willing to share. However, I'm aware we have a schedule to keep to. I'll stick to what's most relevant to the tasks at hand. I will still need to ask many questions. You'll need to bear with me. It's important to have all the specifics and make certain we're on the same page. I'd never want to simply assume I know what you want. Instead, I want you to say for yourselves what your hopes and plans and ideas are. I get what you mean. We've made that mistake before. Scott messed with his ponytail. He chuckled at some private thought. It perked Baxter's smile. There was an interest beyond mere polite attention. Oh? The little hint to continue didn't go unheard. Scott was just that kind of person. If there was an opening to talk, he would fill it, gladly. The thing is, when we were still long distance, actually starting from before we were even dating, I'd always go on about getting my nose pierced. At least once a year ever since I knew him, I'd talk it up to Jude how this time I was actually gonna do it. Eventually, Jude stopped being convinced that I was gonna do it on my own. He told me if I did seriously get one, he'd do it too, and then we could match. Well, I did and he did. separately in other states. And you can see for yourself, we had different ideas of what getting a gold nose ring meant. Yep, it was as plain as the noses on their faces. Jude had a gold horseshoe in his septum. Meanwhile, Scott had 2 golden hoops in one nostril. Now we have almost matching nose rings. Okay, that's really cute. Hi, Wacky, what's up? Thank you for joining, friend. Appreciate you. I love them. Scott clapped his palms against his knees, ending the tale on that note. Jude's bellowing laugh followed immediately. I like our almost matching nose rings. And hey, now we've got real matching rings. He flexed his left hand, showing off the distinct black band. The 2 men had identical engagement rings. Look at their little blush. I love this for them. Unable to resist the temptation, Scott filled Jude's open hand with his own. Jude clasped him back. They were a delightful couple. Even a pro like Baxter could see it. That is absolutely charming. Not to mention, a good reminder that even if something doesn't go exactly as planned, that does not mean it's all bad. But of course, I'll do what I can to make the day everything you're dreaming of. He clicked the pen out. To start off, have we thought of possible surnames? Are either of you going to take the others, use hyphenation, not make any changes or so on? Yeah, I'm gonna have Scott's last name, Adam. Mr. and Mr. Adam it is. Baxter quietly vocalized the official name while jotting down his first note of the session. And what do you have finished already? A venue and food. And my cousin is a photographer, so that's covered. It's a caterer. That's what we have. There's no wedding cake, or any desserts, actually. Not that we need it. Who's gonna starve without cake? Cove Holden. Thank goodness he wasn't there to listen to such blasphemy. Almost nothing is technically needed to be married legally, but if we can have it, why shouldn't we? Sure, if there's any time. They went back and forth, trading comments and remembering points the other hadn't, huddled close on the couch. It was like watching a meeting between 2 kings and their semi-trusted advisor. Unfortunately, in the moment it was comparable to kings coming from different countries rather than ones ruling together. Their approaches were not the same. The final guest list is done. Invitations were already sent. We've got speakers for music. There's no live band or DJ, just a playlist, and the ceremony and reception take place in one room. We have a runner and podium for the ceremony. The location comes with chairs and tables, but there aren't a lot of decorations done. Leaning close and listening closer, Baxter pressed 2 fingers into his chin. Do you know what you will be wearing? Scott's face ping-ponged between his planner and fiancé. He stalled. We've got suits. Suits we already own, he means. It's nothing special. We haven't bought or rented anything for the wedding, but what we have would work if there's no other way. I see. Baxter himself paused there, considering. A picture was beginning to form in his mind. Are there any traditions or extra touches you'd like to include in either the ceremony or reception? I don't know. 5 minutes in, and Scott was already sighing. He pressed his glasses higher on his face. If you couldn't tell, we haven't gotten far enough to consider anything extra. We're short on main parts still. The office chair creaked as Baxter rested against it. The gesture was disarming, physically pulling back from the non-stop questioning. First, let me say what you've already taken care of is commendable. My job is going to be far easier. Jude and Scott were absolutely flattered someone in Baxter's position had good things to say about the situation. With how much they'd put into their big day, getting some positive feedback must have been a real treat. They smiled shyly to one another. I'd like you to get me the contact info for the venue and caterer when you can. I love his big eyes and little smile. I'll put it in the group chat. Excellent. His little fucking grin. He'd gotten this meeting off on the right foot, intentionally so. Baxter pivoted to make his next move. Second, there should be space to finish multiple tasks with the time we have and the amount of people who can assist. So let's prioritize and delegate. Desserts and decorations are foremost. Then, only if there's room would anything else be done. Possibly selecting new clothing for the occasion? Is that what I'm hearing? I was gonna say, he's so cute. Honestly, he really fits the whole wedding planner thing. Yes. Sure. Throughout the extended interview, you, Terry, and Miranda had been silent. Scott and Jude might very well have forgotten you were in the room. At that point, your job was to listen. You'd only act once the decisions were ready to be put into action. But watching Baxter work as a professional planner was a surreal experience. He seriously did look like he knew what he was doing. He was asking the right questions, reading the room. Baxter's skills had grown considerably since helping with Miranda's birthday party. We've already got stuff we're working on at our place. We're making guest favors. No clue where we'd get a cake. Me neither. I tried, but how do I know if they're any good at it? Who orders a wedding cake before their wedding? Being able to make other desserts doesn't mean you can do that decently. If you're willing to take recommendations, I'm acquainted with a baker. Xavier comes highly recommended by my previous clients, and I can vouch for them personally. Did you get your wedding cake from them? What a question. Scott meant it with complete sincerity. He has no ring. Oh, so? I'm unmarried at the moment, entirely single in fact, but I would hire them for my own if I did have the occasion. You didn't know what the perception was of unwed wedding planners. Baxter wasn't flustered by the circumstances regardless. He chuckled amiably. It smoothed the mild bump right over. Scott hadn't even registered the pitfall that was barely avoided. He was getting excited. Things were finally coming along. All right, we'll go there. What are we gonna get? We can discuss it. Yeah. How long is it gonna take? Can we order today? The pressure Baxter intentionally released was layered on extra thick with Jude's cut-to-the-finish take on the bakery. That is possible. Since time is of the essence, you wouldn't be able to do a tasting session. That means you'll have to trust the flavors will be to your liking. Getting common or familiar options would be my suggestion, but you can certainly try something more unique if your heart is set on it. Are there any allergies we need to consider? No, that's whatever. Get chocolate and some vanilla. In this case, Baxter didn't accept the first answer he received. Baxter's keen eyes went to Jude's other half for a second opinion. Scott gulped. I don't know what else to pick off the top of my head. We can think a little longer. Baxter kept his tone approachable, harmless. He was having to double as a therapist, gently coaxing clients to speak their mind. No, I really don't know. We should get chocolate and vanilla. Everybody will like that. That's fine. It's a classic. Chocolate and vanilla. The note was taken down. Baxter pressed firmly into the paper at one point. A period. Do you have any design notes? Normally that'd be done with the baker, but again, limited schedule. I imagine you don't want to sit down and get acquainted with someone new. We can have the details prepared ahead of time to expedite the process. What designing does a cake need? That depends on you. Cakes can come in about any style you can imagine, and many more styles you'd never think of on your own. Scott almost leapt from his seat over that topic. Maybe he would have if he wasn't so pressed in on all sides. It's true. I saw a lot of pictures when looking up bakeries. They can be so cool. People make these 3D carved cakes into shapes of things. It doesn't have to look like a cake at all. There were few opportunities in life when you could justify spending a lot of money on an incredible cake. The prospect of that time being now had Scott more excited about the planning than anything else so far. You can even get a cake that's a car. Seriously, a car. With working headlights and everything. Jude loves his car more than me some days. Only a few weeks out of the year. You get me most of the time. They shared a laugh. The meeting was becoming friendly, more fun. The two could enjoy the process past all the stress of it. But building a cake car isn't gonna work. No one could do it. Unfortunately, Jude was correct on that count. Baxter's recommended baker had to be good. However, humans could only do so much. A custom confection vehicle in a matter of days with no prior notice was asking for there to be no cake at all. In fact, it made baking cupcakes the night before an event look like a piece of cake. Perhaps a compromise is in order. For example, a typical tiered cake with some modeled decorations. Who's gonna notice? Baxter lowered his pen. The positive momentum had been lost. This does need to be wrapped up under a stressful timeline. However, there is room to still have what you actually want. I want a cake that you can eat. I want that too. It doesn't need a lot of fancy stuff. We're not fancy people. I see. I feel like Jude is kind of messing with a lot of Scott's ideas. Like, I think Scott wants to take the time to actually think and personalize everything, and it feels like Jude is just kind of like rushing to the end point, which is really sad. The future Adams might not have been particularly prissy, but as a bona fide fancy man himself, Baxter was personally insulted by the repeated dismissiveness of all formalities. At least he would have been 5 years ago. You had no idea what he was thinking now. His expression was inscrutable. It was only clear he was continuing to pay close attention. Well, I won't pressure you to do more than you'd like, but I think we should at least pick a couple words to denote the overall theme. Traditional, vintage, modern, and such. Finished and not ugly. Yeah, that. Jude wouldn't bite no matter how appetizing the treat. Baxter reevaluated his approach. Yeah, it just genuinely feels like Jude doesn't want to help with any of the planning or the actual details. Which is sad. I feel like every time Scott starts to get excited, Jude kind of bursts his bubble. Those should go without saying with this baker. If it doesn't matter in particular to you, that isn't a problem. Scott, do you have a preference? I'd like something that seems modern. Old-fashioned cakes are not my style. Or in less diplomatic terms, the sight of frou-frou buttercream piping might have made him break out in hives despite the lack of allergies. Absolutely. That's the approach. What's the actual presentation? Simplistic, elegant, floral, beachy? Could it be simple and elegant? Scott thoughtfully scratched the stubble along his jaw as his gaze wandered. That combination of descriptors was one of those possibilities he couldn't even imagine, apparently. Certainly. Then that, right? He glanced to Jude instinctively. As dismissive as Jude had been about the cake, Scott remained hopeful his partner would feel positive about it. Perfect, Scott. There we go. We gotta do some little bits of encouragement here. Also, thank you for the hydrate. I am going to take a quick break and refill my water. Give me just a moment. Hello, okay, we are back. Let's do a quick peek on things, make sure, okay, everything is still going according to plan. I do agree, Scott's idea for the cake is good. I'm also glad Jude actually encouraged him there, because I don't think I could handle Jude being a butt munch. Also, again, thank you for the hydrate now that I've refilled. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I have 3 other waters sitting by me. So if we need more hydration, so fucking be it, bro. Okay, back to this. Good job, Jude. Thank you for actually being a part of your partner's stuff here. Jude meant it. Even if it wasn't what Scott had wanted, it was enough. I'm glad you think so. In that case, since you're thinking of keeping it simple and prioritizing flexibility, I could visit the bakery for you to make the request. You have other obligations to take care of, I imagine. I can confirm the budget through text when I get a quote. Do you know the amount of tiers you'd want? You tell us. You've seen how big our party is. I can certainly give my take. For a wedding of your size, I would suggest 3 tiers at least. Done. Guess so. That's good. We're going to have a wedding cake. Compared to how enthusiastic Scott started at the outset of the topic, the conclusion was like a cake that didn't get baking powder mixed in the batter. Flat. Still, it seemed any cake would do, literally and metaphorically. Jude didn't care, and Scott wouldn't push it. Baxter's planning abilities had been tested there, and the only one who came out fully satisfied was Jude. I believe I know everything I need at the moment. I can put in that order for you today. Thank you for so much help, but somebody should go with you to be sure. I can do it. Would the rest of you be good making favors? Probably. Amazingly, the single word response, said with a shrug, didn't fill Scott with confidence. Maybe someone else should go to the bakery. Jude? He can handle it. We got a planner so he can do his things and we can do our things. The frizzen of disagreement didn't frazzle Mr. Ward. He calmly interjected with a suggestion. If the two of you are the most informed about the guest favors, then someone who doesn't know that process as well could attend the bakery with me. Jude is right, you know. You are lucky to have others here to assist, and it isn't me alone. We can share the responsibilities. Randy and Terry have been helping out. Blake just got here. We have to show them how to do it. Scott grabbed his fiance's shoulder as he piggybacked on where Jude was going. They'd been redirected back to the same page. Or they could be the one to go to the bakery. Your name coming up for that assignment didn't get the planner to acknowledge you in any way. He reacted as distantly as if they said their random cousin Tom Gregg could go. Baxter wasn't intending to mess around with the planning. You could understand that. Do you mind, Blake? Sure, I can go to the bakery. With my ex-fling, nothing awkward about that. Thanks. Thank you. That makes sense. Blake will do a good job getting the desserts. Terry nodded at the wisdom in the plan. It was a unanimous decision. Baxter grinned past you in an entirely artificial way. It's settled. A few more minor details were laid out before the end of the meeting was officially called. You had to exit the building in one group and then split off in the parking lot. The main team of Scott, Jude, Miranda, and Terry was going to spend the entire afternoon on guest favors, while your branch had the task of arranging a cake. Baxter directed the way to go and separated from the crowd first. You had to give fast farewells before catching up with your partner for the operation. Baxter led you to the back of the lot and approached what you assumed was his car. Somehow, as you got closer to it, you could have guessed it was Baxter's. It was sparkling white, not a single scratch, scuff, or speck of dirt. Once the door was opened, the interior, however, was floor-to-ceiling black. Yeah, black and white. Another coincidence, perhaps? Or were there too many of those at this point for it to be happenstance? Baxter eased the seatbelt across his chest and addressed his passenger, you. It was strange. He'd been so committed to maintaining a defined distance. When it was no longer an option, he didn't touch on the change. Instead, he behaved as if he was always an employee in your service. Welcome to my vehicle. Please change the temperature and air direction to your liking. The radio works. I'll leave it off, but of course you can put on some music if you want. Baxter's face was kept straight ahead, eyes towards the road, and he hadn't even started driving yet. How professional. You could watch him as much as you wanted, right up close, and you did. The beauty mark on his neck was close enough to touch. That was him, Baxter Ward. It was you and Baxter, sitting alone in a car after 5 years and a promise that you'd never see each other again. And he wasn't going to acknowledge even a hint of that on his own. You were certain of it. Oh, I want to talk to him, but I don't think he wants to, so, you didn't need to put him on the spot, I guess. As long as neither of you acknowledged the elephant in the room, it wouldn't crush anybody. That was not quite good, but survivable. Though that didn't mean it needed to be dead silent. You could attempt to say something. Damn it. Do we talk to him? I don't know if saying anything's gonna fucking matter to this guy. What's the baker like? Hey, when do people normally order a wedding cake? Damn! I don't fucking know, bro. He's such a pain. He's really hard to read. I think that's my biggest thing. No, you wouldn't. With a sigh, you settled in for an awkwardly quiet drive. The world passed in a blur as you stared blankly out the window. You didn't want to be there. You didn't want this to be happening. Those thoughts and other similar feelings swirled in your head on a loop. It was a miserable purgatory drive. You only managed to pull yourself together when Baxter pulled into a parking spot. Suddenly, you were in the heart of Prisma Vista City. You'd arrived. A pastel pink sign plastered across the top of one of the buildings read Zake Bakery in big bold letters. A smaller cursive underneath said Cake Designs by Xavier. Wait a minute, we've been here before. Baxter approached without wasting a second. A tinkling bell jingled as Baxter opened the door. He held it out for you. Being in a rush didn't mean being impolite, apparently. You joined him. Yeah, we know this bakery. We came here with Derek, Jorge, and Nico. The design of the sign accurately alluded to what was to come. The whole bakery was decked out in soft pinks and creams. Each dessert in the neat little rows was delightfully delicate. If the taste matched the presentation, they must be incredible. Warm air perfumed with spices like cinnamon and nutmeg surrounded you completely. Whatever teenage Baxter's sharp monochrome style was supposed to be, this store was the opposite of that. The sound of the bell summoned someone from the back. Clad in a simple apron, with far from basic face makeup on, and a stylish updo, the employee smiled brightly. At the risk of being presumptuous, you'd guessed that was Xavier. Their whole look was made to fit with the overall aesthetic. Even the flowers in their flowing hair looked as if they were plucked right off a wedding cake. Ah, Baxter, welcome. Always a pleasure. Is this a new client? Not quite, but I do have a job for you. This is Blake, a friend of my latest couple. They are here to assist with the preparation of the event. The lovebirds are busy with tasks of equal importance, you see. It was almost astounding how much more naturally he spoke when it was to anyone other than you. Though this being about his work also might have helped, Baxter was back in his element. Blake, this is Xavier. They are the head baker and cake artist of this fine establishment. Thanks for coming in. It's good to meet you. Xavier's eyes sparkled. At first glance, the color seemed a pale brown, but the more you looked, the more you caught shades of purple. Hold on, you've seen those eyes before. You could only stare silently, racking your brain for where the strike of deja vu was coming from. When had you looked deeply into those irises? And then it just came right out. Did you ever paint faces at the boardwalk? What? For a minute, Baxter might have believed you'd lost your mind. Meanwhile, Xavier was in fear of you being a mind reader. I did. That was my first real job. I've always been an artist. Their laugh was as musical as the bell on their door. Wait, does this mean we've been closely acquainted before? You put a rainbow on my cheek. Good choice. Baxter is so fucking shook right now. Look at him. He does not know what's happening. He was not prepared for me to know Xavier, and I fucking love that. Gotta keep him on his toes, buddies. Yeah, one time, years ago, I went there with my family and a friend's family. Going to the boardwalk was a big tradition for them. Now he just looks so happy. That's incredible. How great to meet again. It is. Okay, he calmed down. He's less shook now. This wedding planning thing was full of unexpected reunions. That other person you surprisingly ran into again chuckled off to the side. I see you're already well ahead of me, Blake, as usual. So, what exactly can I do for you? Or your clients, rather? To be honest, it's a pinch unusual to not have even one person getting married come to commission their wedding cake. These are unusual circumstances. Baxter confessed that much with his eyes closed. When he had enough shamelessness to look Xavier directly in the face, the inherent charm of Baxter's grin had been pushed to its absolute limit. Could you possibly make a 3-tier cake that is simple yet still elegant and modern in about 3 days? Okay, it's Xavier's turn to look shook. Oh no. Look at them. They're like, what the fuck did this man just ask me? Xavier's perfectly painted lips popped open. Not a word came out of them, but it wasn't as if they were given a chance to object. There was more. And that schedule is including today. The wedding is Saturday afternoon. Oh no. Baxter rolled his wrist, smoothly recounting each of the points set during the initial planning meeting. If he stated it as a predetermined fact, surely that meant it'd become real. For flavors, they would like chocolate and vanilla, separate for 2 of the tiers, and in combination for 1. They finally cut him off there, folding their arms definitely. Flavors are not the concern right now, Monsieur. Really? I would say that's fairly important. Not if I can't do the order. Oh, Xavier, no need to worry. I trust in your abilities immensely. There was a scoff. Baxter kindly ignored it. Besides, there are worse arrangements. Are there? And an example of that would be? Well, entirely theoretically, you could have to prepare desserts for a full-scale party the very night before the event. Stop, not him directly. I'm fucking shook, bro. You blinked. Did Baxter just reference when you worked together to throw a party for Miranda? Those shared memories had played about your own mind lately, especially since you were handling event desserts together again, but he'd made his interest in reminiscing known. There was none. And yet there he went, chuckling heedlessly and running a hand through his hair. I am sympathetic to this being a difficult task. As Blake as my witness, I did swear to never take for granted the effort it takes to provide decorated and delicious treats under pressure. We were only able to start baking 3 dozen cupcakes at a time when many people would be going to bed. Baxter glanced at your face, his eyes sparkling with affection. You weren't mistaken. He was talking about the time when you were dating, and now he'd acknowledged you directly in his storytelling. You did what with who? I thought they were here because of your clients. Xavier's disbelief over his words rivaled your own, except for entirely different reasons. They batted their hand encouragingly for more details. Baxter schooled his coyness into a more level-headed smile at being questioned, and you suddenly understood. He knew Xavier, he knew you. The clients he didn't know weren't there. For a moment, Baxter had forgotten his professional self. It wasn't Baxter's normal state to wall you out so completely. That was a concerted effort, one that went against his real preference. His first instinct was to still be amicable towards you. What a relief. You barely held back a massive phew. Baxter had been so odd ever since you ran into each other again. You couldn't figure out why. It was because he'd always been on the job. You couldn't begrudge him for that, and hopefully you'd get a chance to connect in your free time later. Was that better or worse than him genuinely not caring? I've known Baxter since his black and white phase. Xavier's eyes widened, and so did their smile. Can you elaborate on this phase? But that tangent was stopped short with a demure ahem. Let's not get too distracted. While 3 days is more than a single night, it is still a tight deadline regardless. It would be rude to take up any more of your time than necessary. Baxter spoke while continuously ignoring the fact that Xavier did not accept the commission being foisted on them. Truly, nothing rude was allowed. As the only person in the room who might be able to understand the nonsense of what they were going through, Xavier frowned at you. You had no explanation to give for Baxter. Sighing, Xavier pressed their palms into their lower back, already feeling phantom strain from this job. I'll do it for you. That sounded about right. If a random pair of people had rolled in and began making similarly absurd demands, you couldn't imagine Xavier would have humored that. Still, a victory was a victory. Mr. Planner managed to pull it off somehow. Thank you. Thank you so much. You are a lifesaver. Baxter retrieved his notebook from his jacket. Not hesitating a second, Xavier matched the move. They had a notepad with order sheets. The wedding industry collaborators began the process of putting in a cake order. All the prior decisions were recounted, and Baxter described the pair in question as best as possible. You had a few points of your own to contribute from being more familiar with Jude and Scott. It was made extra clear that Scott did not want a cake design laced and frilled out like 18th century underwear. Xavier had a handful of follow-up questions, but it was nothing that required calling the couple. And then the baker slipped the order form into the pocket of their apron. Amazingly, your work there was done. Having a professional do the desserts really was a breeze. Good deal. Thanks for stopping in at Zake. I better get started. He did it! Hooray! It's nothing like ignoring the fact they didn't agree to it and just continuing to press on with the details. They offered a grin as sweet as any slice of cake. Let's see each other again soon, okay? Not as customers, though that would be nice too, but also to hang out after this shared nightmare is all over. Baxter immediately came in with another throat clear, much harder than before. First off, you shouldn't call the Adams wedding a nightmare, even if the circumstances aren't ideal. They have done what they could. And second, you were right the first time. Blake is a friend of the couple I am working with. We don't hang out together. Xavier's face went blank, and they paired it with an ever so slight tilt of the head. I'm not sure why you're saying that, but we've all got work to do. You two can explain it next time. I can wait. He wondered if Baxter remembered about 5 minutes ago when each one of Xavier's objections went through one of his ears and out the other, and if his own medicine tasted bad. He looks mad. He looks grumpy. He bristled. That simply wouldn't do. With firm insistence and exaggerated enunciation, Baxter repeated his standpoint. Regrettably, there won't be a next time the three of us come together like this. Once the wedding has concluded, Blake will have no reason to interact further. Okay, you were confused again. Baxter didn't want to get along outside of work? Then why was he so friendly? You could get it if he was uninterested in you as a person at that point. 5 years was a long time. And it makes sense if he didn't want to mess around while focused on planning, but was comfortable beyond that. But to go back and forth whether your relationship was close or if your past still held weight like that made no sense. Also, thank you for the hydrate reminder. Appreciate it. Yeah, I don't get it. Baxter be throwing out mixed signals like a motherfucker. I don't get it. I don't get it, but fine, whatever, be weird, I guess. You must have missed something. You said we wouldn't see each other anymore last time, and here I am again. Your bluntness had Xavier cackling. They had no idea what the full context was, but the implication was apparent. Blanks could be easily surmised. Baxter shot daggers at you without ever dropping his sparkling customer service smile. That only made it more intimidating. Oh shit. That fucking look, bro. I'm sorry. Oh, wonderful. Clearly the two of you will be marvelous friends. Baxter is over me right now. And that doesn't extend to you? Exactly. Now thank you very much for accepting this rush order, Xavier. You are such a help, but we need to be going. In the most roundabout way possible, he was kindly requesting Xavier get off his back already. Then he turned that back directly to them and strode out the door without another word. Xavier watched his dramatic exit with their hands stuffed into the big apron pocket. An unexpected seriousness colored their normally bright features. For as playful as Xavier was, they were concerned about their acquaintance, work friend, normal friend. You didn't know where they stood with him. Xavier himself likely didn't have a clear answer. Baxter was opaque that way. Good luck with all of this. Thanks, I'll need it. You gave your goodbyes, not knowing if it'd be for the last time or not, and headed after Baxter. Baxter was waiting for you by the car. He climbed inside as you approached, before you were close enough to try speaking. You joined him inside. It was tense. Against all odds, being alone in a small space with Baxter had managed to become an even more awkward situation. Seated and buckled, you waited for what he'd do. Baxter asked a simple question. Could you enter in the address of where you're staying? I can drive you there. That was straightforward enough. You punched it in. Thank you. It went quiet again until he was on the road, past the bakery, and out of the most traffic-heavy part of the city. Jude and Scott should be pleased to hear they will have a lovely wedding cake. You assumed it would go that way. Of course, Baxter would dance right around what happened without acknowledgement. Not what happened in the bakery, not what happened before. Your entire relationship had become a looping series of feigned ignorance. Damn, this is so fucking complicated. Why are you being like this? Why can't you just speak how you actually feel about shit? Why you gotta be all flip-floppy back and forth fucking weird? I'm telling you, this is worse than your black and white phase, my guy. Well, if he's not gonna bring it up, I don't want to bring it up. I'm trying to match his energy, but his energy is all over the goddamn place. Um, Good. You didn't want to talk to him about anything. Yeah, they're gonna be happy. And that was it. The highway exit gradually neared. You were both almost home free. Yet, Baxter had something to say. Blake, I need to apologize for my improper behavior in the bakery. I'm not any less immature than I was 5 years ago, it seems. He absent-mindedly tapped the steering wheel. I'm a wedding planner, and you are someone working on the wedding in your own way. No more, no less. He's such a pain. Why you gotta be like this? I didn't mean to bring up a potentially uncomfortable topic. That caught you off guard. You'd been so certain he'd never address anything he wasn't forced into. Though, being sorry for mentioning the fact that the two of you knew each other was avoiding the root of the problem. But you'd given up on trying to talk about it. Okay, I get it. Good. Beyond that, he didn't touch on anything from the old days or even remotely intimate. It was business as usual. Baxter came up with pleasantries and wedding-appropriate points of discussion to fill the trip to your current residence. Endless small talk was a talent of his, not surprising considering Baxter's chosen career. Things were in motion, but it was as if you weren't going anywhere. Eventually, the destination did arrive, and you were turning into the suburbs. Baxter lined up with the side of the road, rather than pulling into their driveway. He idled with his eyes dead ahead. Thank you for the assistance today. Have a nice rest of your afternoon. There was an audible click as Baxter unlocked the doors. See you soon. You got out and walked up to the front door before ringing the bell. The day's plan should have the whole rest of the group home and working on guest favors. Baxter's car lingered on the curb in your peripherals. Maybe he wanted to make sure you actually did get inside, or maybe not. You could never guess with him. You started from the door being opened. Hey Blake, you made it back in one piece. You are already smiling from being back. Hi Scott. While following your host inside, you stole a last glance behind you. The road was clear. Wedding HQ was at full capacity in the living room. The supply count had doubled, no, tripled since yesterday. Holy nuggets. And most of it was candy. Presumably, they'd gone down the treat aisle in the local grocery store and gotten a bag of every single one. The only living human you could see in the pile of goods was Jude. He lifted a hand in greeting. Hey. Hi, Blake. Aw, I love my friends. You're just in time. We're making lunch. The voices of your friends carried over from the kitchen, as did the smell of hearty, fresh-cut vegetables. Cool. So, how did it go at the bakery? Xavier is gonna make it, and we told them everything you said about it. The bakery was nice. It should be a good cake. Thank you. It's hard leaving it all in someone else's hands, but this is gonna work. Knock on wood. Pop, pop. He tapped his knuckles against his own head, chuckling. Thanks. You gonna help with this? Without stopping his busy work, Jude kicked at a nearby bag of chocolates. Oh, sure, I can. Great. Food first. Around the table, in between bites of homemade stew, Scott broke down what you'd missed. The actual favors were treat bags, but part of the job included creating a decorated place setter with the guest's name on it. It would be indicative where everyone was meant to sit at the various tables. Technically, the attendee could take the fancy display with their name, but the couple was under no illusions that anyone would actually want to. It was purely for presentation. Basically, the steps consisted of writing the name down in your best handwriting, applying decals to the basic nameplate, and filling a bag of candy with what the person might like. When the meal was done, the full force of this party planning committee came together to tackle the trial of guest favors. No one would stop until it was done. A good chunk of the list had been checked off while you were away, and it was simple work, just time-consuming. Luckily, there were plenty of people to do it. Many hands make light work, as someone once said. Wait, that was Baxter who said it. You were almost certain. That sounded like a phrase he'd use. While you were there, Jude mentioned twice how you could throw some of every type of candy into each bag and call it a day without the fuss. You had to imagine neither were the first instance of that objection coming up. But each time, Scott remained adamant that they should personalize the selection. If someone was coming to their wedding, they were important enough to have a treat to their tastes. Very deliberately, Cove's candy bag had been left empty until you'd gotten back. You were assigned to do that one yourself. I was gonna say, it sounds super cute. I love that this is something they're doing. It was as easy as taking candy from a baby and ordered to give those sweets to Cove instead. In the evening, the wedding group chat popped up with a new text. Another entirely casual, exceedingly normal update from Baxter Ward. It noted that you'd meet tomorrow morning to discuss today's accomplishments and plan next steps. During the process, some sparks flew between allies. It couldn't be helped. Debates over which treats were best was inevitable, and those always became serious. Best treat. I mean, I like, it depends. I really liked, was it white chocolate Kit Kats I had in the past? Those might be what I'm thinking of. I've never been into the super sour warheads or whatever. Those are gross and turn my stomach. I also like, what the hell am I thinking of? Can't think off the top of my head. I tried to play their game, but I can't think of candy right now. I don't have like a huge sweet tooth. Like sometimes candy sounds good. Most of the time I'd prefer like a bag of chips, like something salty. Overall, though, you were a unified force. Then, as night fell, your team effort brought about the completion of the collection. On one side of the room was a stack full of stylish table settings, each with a thoughtfully compiled bag of candies sitting on top. On the other end was enough garbage to fill a dump truck. Oh, Crunch is good too sometimes. Yeah, my go-to when I want something sweet. Here's the thing, when I have a sweet tooth, I have like a mega sweet tooth. So for the longest time, my go-to was just Hershey's milk chocolate, which if you know it, it's like kick you in the fucking teeth sweet. Like it's one end or the other for me. It's either all or nothing. Sweet tooth or nada. Not enough garbage to fill a dump truck, Jesus. That was gonna be a hassle. But Terry and Miranda were allowed to tap out when the favors were done. It was already getting late. For dinner, takeout was ordered so nobody had to cook or clean another meal after hours of putting the little favors together. No complaints there. For a little while, the three of you could pretend the work was already over for real. No one mentioned the chaos that was waiting one room away. But when everyone was full, Jude wandered back into the living room turned workshop. He heaved a sigh and tossed a random piece of trash into a garbage can. It was a drop in the ocean. The entire living room was a mess of wrappers, paper scraps, and undefinable crafting residue. Scott hovered nearby, his features drawn apologetically. The light-hearted atmosphere you shared as a team earlier in the day had been shattered. All that remained was the fractured debris. And it was beyond pre-wedding jitters. And it went beyond pre-wedding jitters. After months of planning, Jude had reached a point where he wanted the preparation to be over. He was worn down, and little victories weren't able to lift his mood. All he saw was what was still left. Meanwhile, Scott only seemed to become more invested, more concerned over how it came together as the deadline approached. You debated having some kind of intervention about their friction, but weren't sure you could pull it off in a way that would actually improve the situation. We can clean this later. Let's play something. Okay, so they're at completely different, mental headspaces. Jude's ready for the whole thing to be over. He just sees what's left and is like, ugh. And Scott is like, but this, but the other thing. Ah. I got you. That could also explain why Scott's more willing to talk and, brainstorm when we're with Baxter, and Jude's just kind of like, yeah, whatever, fucking finish it. Sure. Scott blurted out an agreement instantly. If Jude had asked him to do a backflip for his entertainment, Scott probably would have in that moment. Cool. Wanna join? He tilted his head your way. You waved your hands back and forth. Thanks, but I'm gonna go to my room. The two had spent the entire day with other people. You weren't going to get in the way of them having some quality couple time in the final hour. All right. Jude gave you a half shrug, half smile. He was on to what you were doing. Have a good night, Blake. Good night. Your hosts retired for the day, happier than they'd been since you first showed up. It was a relief. You made your own way to the guest room. The rest of the night would be yours. You called Cove to finally let him know the situation. We gotta let Ocean Boy in on things. Cove was going to be at the wedding as a normal guest. He couldn't make it sooner to join the party planning committee. To be fair, he did arrive earlier for your mom's anniversary the last time you'd both had to visit the area. It was your turn to go before him. Okay, so order-wise, it goes Derek, Cove, then Baxter. I gotcha. Okay. But after what happened that day, you could use a conversation with someone who'd be happy to hear from you. While waiting for him to answer, you wondered what he would have done if he had been there to see Baxter himself. You got the feeling he would have made quite the scene. That line of thought was cut off by the phone line being picked up. Hey, Blake. Hearing that familiar voice brought a smile to your face immediately. Cove was one constant you could count on. How are you? Is everything going okay with the wedding? It was hard to say what counted as okay, given the extenuating circumstances of the planning. But that wasn't the topic you'd called to explain. You came right out with the shock of the century. I was gonna say, I miss Ocean Boy. Jude and Scott's wedding planner is Baxter Ward. Baxter Ward? Wait. Cove rolled the name over his tongue, catching the recognizable way it flowed. He had said it before, but where and why? You gave him a second. That guy? Thank you. He got it. Yes, that guy. And he's just there? Yes. What are you going to do? There was more than mere confusion in his reaction. Of course he'd be nervous. This was about the worst possible time for that guy to materialize from the ether. I'm not sure. I'll take it one step at a time. That little noise didn't sound convinced, but he made an attempt to reassure you and himself. I'll be there soon, and you've got Terry and Miranda. Whatever Baxter does, it won't change that. Thanks, Cove. Though, you don't need to worry so much. You could hear the gentle smile in Cove's voice. If you closed your eyes, you could convince yourself he was by your side already. Okay. After the dust settled from that bomb, you two spent time chatting on other matters. But all too soon you had to let the conversation end. On the promise of seeing each other soon, you hung up. Getting a brief chance to speak with Cove was heartening. Everything was done, for that moment anyway. You finally had space to think about something other than wedding worries or Baxter bothers, at least for a little while. The success rate of that plan was better ignored. An attempt was made, but no matter how much you fought to banish Baxter from your mind, it didn't work. He was hiding in every dark corner, ready to make another unwanted appearance at the slightest disturbance. Basically, you didn't get much relaxation in. Then, all of a sudden, it was morning, and you were off to the proper second meeting with the planner. Everyone once again gathered in Baxter's office, waiting for him to arrive, and in turn, Jude and Scott were tense. The closer the wedding got, the further they were from gaining any semblance of peace. No matter how much they tried to unwind outside of the meetings, the moment they returned to this chic office, their discomfort skyrocketed. The way Scott's fingers were fidgeting in his lap, you would almost believe he was anxiously twisting the tension in the air. Miranda frowned, unable to disregard the worsening creases in her brother's brow. Hey, This rug reminds me of Baxter. From before, anyway. She didn't elaborate for those not there before, and the awkward silence sent Terry into a fit of laughter. He pointed at the striped rug. That's so true. It's literally the first Baxter-like thing I've seen. What about his business cards? His car is black and white, to no one's surprise. Ooh, you get a point for that, Blake. Terry's at 0. Hey, since when was this a competition? Since I awarded points. Terry nodded and his mouth pressed into a hard line. The three of you only lasted a few seconds before bursting into giggles at the silliness of the situation. Randy looked at her brother and Scott, noticing their lack of input on the subject. She knew they would need a little context to join in on the joke, but neither even acknowledged her presence. The couple was too absorbed in their own worries for their stony expressions to crack from her icebreaker. She folded her hands neatly in her lap and made no further attempts to chat. You and Terry shared a knowing glance and decided to also stay quiet. Jude and Scott weren't in the mood. Shortly after, there was a knock on the door. Everyone snapped out of their thought bubbles and swiveled towards each other instead of moving to answer it. Hello? The door opened and Baxter cheerfully stepped inside his office. His notepad was already open to a fresh page. Good morning and welcome back. Thank you for waiting. A round of greetings bubbled up from the planning party committee while Baxter moved through the room. He promptly sat on the rolling chair opposite the couch and clicked his pen out. Now that we're all here, we should begin. Let's go over where things stand and determine how to proceed. Scott sat up straighter on the purple couch and stiffly nodded. Jude, in contrast, slouched further into the cushion. All right. Uh-huh. So yesterday, an order was put in for your wedding cake. I can assure you it will be ready on the day of the ceremony. Thank you so much. Thanks. Of course. Baxter carefully placed his pen tip to the notepad. His expression grew more serious all of a sudden. Speaking of the cake, I must give a small disclaimer. There is a tradition called cake smashing. I'm not sure if either of you are familiar with that. It merely means one or both members of the wedding couple slather cake into the face of their partner. I strongly suggest that you decide beforehand who, if either, will participate and to what degree of messiness. I cannot tell you how easy it is to sour the entire day by accidentally crossing a simple boundary line. There's a sad history of partners who find ignoring the wishes of their husband, wife, or spouse to be funny and realize far too late that it's absolutely not. Alarmed, Jude and Scott stared at Baxter. You were certain that neither had even considered any of those possibilities. Do you wanna? No, I don't. Do you? No way. Then can we not do it at all? Do we have that option? Certainly. We don't have to include any tradition besides your own. The couple simultaneously sighed in relief. They peeked at the other and shared an amused grin. The first time either had smiled all morning. Baxter stole a moment to jot down a note. I'm delighted we're all on the same page. Moving right along, you worked on guest favors and decorations, correct? Have you finished, or will you be continuing with that task? We're done. We are done with the guest favors, but Scott anxiously laced his fingers and pressed his palms together in his lap. His knuckles turned white. Whenever he had anything to say about the wedding plans, it became a trial of trying to avoid a disagreement. It's fine to explain what's on your mind. That's why we're all here. There's no way to compromise or find a solution if you won't even have the discussion. That surprised you. Baxter's ability to confidently and kindly handle issues in this kind of setting was admirable, but also completely ironic. You knew what he was like on a personal level, and this was a big do as I say, not as I do kind of flag. Yeah. Getting Baxter to talk about anything himself is like pulling fucking teeth, bro. But who knows, maybe he grew out of that a little bit. Possibly. I wouldn't fucking know. Swallowing thickly, the defeat in Scott's expression didn't seem so dire anymore. He was more willing to take on the challenge with Baxter on his side. I also wanted more decorations, specifically the main thing for a reception. We don't have that. Centerpieces? Yes, that's what I meant. We'd need to buy all the parts, but if we kept the design simple, then I think we could be done before the wedding. After getting his thoughts out, Scott risked a glance at his fiancée. Jude closed his eyes tiredly and took a deep breath. Let's go to the store. It's gotta be done today. Awesome, cool. And I can go without you, if you don't want to. No, it's fine. I'll do it. Scott's joy vanished. Jude didn't hide an ounce of the irritation in his voice. He was forcing himself to go along with this rather than taking any true interest, and he was making that fact crystal clear. Come on, Jude. She poked the side of his arm with a forceful jab, and Jude shooed her off. His frown worsened into a scowl. I already said I'd do it. I believe you're right, Scott. There will be room to pick out some materials that can be arranged into a lovely centerpiece. That process can be quite low effort and look wonderful, so I'm taking it that shopping for decorations will be the big task of the day. Scott watched Jude a few seconds longer before answering. He nodded slowly. Before the window of opportunity closes, is there anything you would want to include, Jude? Anything that you'd enjoy? It doesn't even have to be a typical wedding feature. There are no limits on what your own ceremony or reception can have. No. He folded his arms across his chest, and you wondered how deep Jude was about to dig in his heels. I don't want anything else. We're almost finished. Why add more on top of it? Randy sighed. Terry silently bit his lip. That was a track you'd gone down before, repeatedly. It was always the same point of contention with Jude. But today Scott was emboldened. Enough that he muttered his long-held back grievance anyway. If you don't have anything to contribute, can you at least stop trying to take away what I think of? Jude's eyes snapped wide open. He swiftly pulled in his shock and replaced it with a distinctly unimpressed stare. I didn't take anything away from you, and I did contribute in the planning stage. We're past that. It's done. But since there's time, we've been putting this thing together for weeks, hell, months in some ways. I've been to more parties than you, and I've planned more. You need to relax. Jude went to brush back some of his curls, but his fingers tightened and dug into his scalp instead. Bewildered, his gaze flickered around the room. Scott doesn't even like parties. I don't get his issue. We have a planner now. He can figure this shit out. Why even have him if we're still gonna be spending every hour before the wedding working on crap? Jude's flash of anger dimmed as quickly as it had flared. He redirected his attention to Baxter apologetically. Jesus, Jude. Thanks for the hydrate reminder. Here's the thing, I hate this for them too. Y'all are getting married in a matter of days. Can we please not fight right now? But I also kind of get Jude being over it. Like, planning weddings can take like a long time. And when it feels like you're spending every waking moment on a thing, it has to be a little tiring. But I also think he needs to look at it from Scott's side of Scott wants their day to be good. So yeah, he's worrying about the details and he's trying to do what he can to make it nice. Because this isn't just another party, this is their day. And so the fact that Jude is kind of brushing it off like any other party is irritating. Like, I can see why both would be irritated or even, like, upset, because, like, what the fuck? Y'all need to communicate this shit with each other, please. No offense, dude. It's not your fault. None taken on my account. The pinch in Baxter's features made you think he was fairly miffed on behalf of someone else. Continuing the trend of speaking directly to the audience, Scott offered his side of the defense. Everything Jude said is true. I've never planned a party, and yeah, I haven't been invited to many either, but we're the people making this one. I don't want it to be an awkward embarrassment. All of our friends and family are coming. I can't stand the idea that they'll leave wondering why the hell they even came in the first place. Scott began his explanation sad, but the longer he spoke, the more his own frustration grew. And having a planner doesn't mean we can drop everything onto someone else. The entire point was so more could get done. At least that's why I wanted an expert to help. I'm not interested in half-assing it, and if Jude doesn't want to do anything else, he doesn't have to. But all I've said against him the entire time is he should stop making me feel guilty for not giving up. Jude chucked his own self-imposed pretense and shot back directly at Scott. You shouldn't have to do anything either. That's my whole point. But if you keep taking on stupid crafting projects, then I have to handle some of it for you. But it's not needed. Nobody cares that much. But Scott cares that much. That's the whole goddamn point. I care, even if I'm the only one. Exactly, like y'all are not listening to each other here. Fuck. Oh, come on. That's not what I meant. Right, Jude. It really sounds like you're invested. And that was the end of their discussion. This meeting had not gone to plan, and the discomfort was reaching suffocating levels. Baxter leaned back against his chair, crossing his legs. Let's take a pause to breathe and assess what's happening here. There's nothing wrong with caring about your wedding. However, it is a truly draining experience to create a massive and important event from the ground up. That's why we have planners, so there should be an understanding for that as well. Now, as the expert here, I must ask an important question. Both Jude and Scott nodded. Their gazes became glued to Baxter, anything other than each other. Slowly, Baxter untwisted himself and leaned forward, almost lifting out of his seat. What are your opinions on bowling? Wait, what? Not bowling? What the hell? Bowling. It's a casual sport, popular with almost all ages. Dude, he knows what bowling is. He's asking why that was your important question. You can't be telling me people have bowling at their weddings. Baxter considered that remark with a smirk. He tapped the side of his cheek twice. No one has ever done that at any of the weddings I've helped plan, but I wouldn't be surprised if some couple out in the world set up a game or two of lawn bowling for their guests. Or perhaps even held their reception at a bowling alley. Interesting, though that's not what I had in mind. I wish to invite the 5 of you to bowl with me today. Right now, preferably. My treat. Perplexed, Scott pushed his glasses up. He was at a loss for words. I'd do it. Huh? What? I said I'd do it. You would? Jude's answer confused Scott further. He gauged the room, and Terry offered him a thumbs up. I love bowling. Sounds fun. Yeah. Terry put forward a high five that you gladly accepted with a loud slap. Just about everyone was thrilled by the prospect of getting out of this office and stretching their legs. But Scott retained the final say. He tightened his already taut ponytail. All right, we can go do that? Splendid. I know the perfect place. Ah. Shut the fuck up. And that was how you ended up at the same exact bowling alley Baxter had brought you to years before. You followed your friends inside, holding that revelation close to your chest. It was fairly surreal to be there again, and with Baxter too. Everything appeared just as you remembered it, even down to the shiny red seats. The almost otherworldly atmosphere that seemed to encompass every bowling alley remained intact. It was remarkable how the lights and the sounds were so different from normal day-to-day life. I love bowling. Before anyone could further question Baxter's planning methods and what they were even doing there, you were at the front of the line. The group secured an alley, changed shoes, and were all set to start. Bowling with the buddies! Hey, how about we play on teams? Mine versus yours, Jude, like always. Sure thing, Scott. The ends of Jude's lips curled slyly, and he pointed at his sister. Randy, you're with me. Miranda bobbed her head, then gave the potential competition a once-over. When her gaze fell on Terry, he shot his hand up. I want to be on Randy's team. Jude laughed, rubbing the side of his neck. He let Terry sweat by pretending to contemplate his request. Pretty please? Not much of an argument, but sure, he makes the team. Yeah, sorry Scott, Blake, Baxter, but she's my girlfriend. We're kind of a package deal. Ah, you're a couple? Yep, we are. We have been this whole time. Don't tell me you didn't know. Ah, Randy blushing is so fucking sweet. I love them. Terry gave Baxter a smug jab with his elbow. Well, I didn't want to presume anything. Still, hallelujah, I'd hoped it had worked out for you. He pressed his palm against his heart and let out a sincere sigh of relief. Terry wasn't so self-impressed anymore. What does that mean? Was the romantic tension you had towards Miranda meant to be a secret? It felt fairly obvious from the few occasions we interacted. That's preposterous. I never said a word back then. Come on, Terry. You downright weren't subtle about it. You too? I am sorry to burst your proverbial bubble, though I'm glad I wasn't the only one who noticed. Terry buried his face in his hands and groaned. He plainly wanted out of the conversation immediately. Miranda bumped him with her hip and giggled. We've been each other's favorites for a long time. The sweet moment pulled Terry out of his embarrassment and wiped away the worries from his expression. Baxter cleared his throat. I apologize for the distraction. A distraction from the secondary distraction he already orchestrated. What a feat. It's cool. Like you said, it all worked out. That's what counts with me. Energized, Terry punched a fist into his open palm. He nodded towards the alley. And right now, I'm ready to roll. We've got our teams, we can start. If you don't mind, Blake? I'm okay with that. A little smile. Miranda set aside a few extra seconds for you to change your mind, but you smiled warmly instead. She cheerily clapped. Great, let's get started. How are we deciding who's going first? Rock, paper, scissors? A classic, one I rarely win, though I only choose rock. What a statement. He was a man with convictions, rock-based convictions, apparently. Okay. Regardless, since Jude got to pick who was on his team, I believe it would be fair for Scott's team to take their turn first. Yoda's doing good. He's taking a little nap while I stream. Jude shrugged smugly at the suggestion. He gestured towards the colorful bowling balls. Go ahead. It's not going to make a difference. He's right. Scott calmly readjusted his glasses and then smirked. He pointed at his husband-to-be. Jude's gonna lose no matter when he steps up to the alley. Jude snorted. His competitive nature burned brightly in his unshakable expression. Bring it on, Grant. You're about to get your government funding revoked. Scott's mouth wobbled slightly at the sound of his own nickname, but he was determined to keep his game face on. Squaring his shoulders, he went straight to the rack and selected his ball. Scott went for the medium option. He picked it up and sent it down the alley with a large curve. Unfortunately, the ball barely managed to bring down 2 pins. His confidence hadn't faltered, though you caught him mumbling under his breath, "No, just try again." The bowling ball rolled on back and Scott brought it to the starting line. And on this round, he managed to put a special oomph into his swing. The pins scattered in all directions. It would have been an easy strike if that had been his first throw, but it wasn't. Your team opened with a spare. "You can go next, Blake." "Got it." Springing to your feet, you stopped by the selection of bowling balls. You gave your arms a quick stretch while you weighed your options. I'm gonna stick with medium, I think." It felt a little uneven initially, but you were expecting that. Your choice had changed with time, and it was something you were getting used to. Moving with precision, you took position. With a single swing, you let go and... your abilities were holding up, I'd say. The ball flew down the alley and knocked out a few pins. What a relief. "Good job. That was a great start." "Thanks." Your second chance secured a spare. With your and Scott points even, the scoreboard was filling out well. Last up for your crew was the wild card, the person any of you least expected to be here, yet he was the only reason you were there to begin with. Your paths crossed while you were returning to the sitting area, and Baxter was going to select his ball. He briefly tilted his head in your direction. "I'm also glad to be on this team." The sound of his voice stopped you dead in your tracks. You looked over your shoulder, but he had continued on his path. "You can't just say stuff like that, Baxter. You're killing me, man." Shaking your head, you secured your seat and watched what he did next. Baxter brushed his fingers along the rack of shiny weighted spheres. His hand stopped on a white ball, the heaviest size. He selected it, not without a subtle smirk. He strode up to the alley, just fine with that. Biting your bottom lip, you tried to swallow a laugh. You knew under the surface Baxter was ecstatic with this showing, especially after his inability to use that in the past. Baxter didn't waste time messing around. He hefted the ball in an arc and sent it right off. He managed to topple 7 pins with the first throw and scored a spare on his second round. I'll accept that. He pivoted to the group and dipped his head good-naturedly after his performance. Jude stood up and clapped politely. All right, it's our turn now. We got 3 spares. Beat that, buddy. The opposing team started off with their leader, Jude, who matched his fiancée and got a spare. In his case, he managed almost every pin on the first try and sealed the deal on the second. Terry bounced over and scored a spectacular strike like it was nothing. Aw, I love that for Terry. He wrecked the curve and set himself up as the one to beat. Finally, it was Randy's round. She grabbed one of the heavier balls and boldly skipped to the alley, and what she did couldn't be classified as a throw, but a gentle nudge. The ball scooted right into the gutter. There wasn't enough momentum to even reach the pins. Everyone in your group gawked at her in disbelief. Jude's jaw in particular hit the floor. Randy, what was that? Whoops, I didn't know. She spun on her heel and twirled a curl with faux innocence. Jude ran a hand down his tense face. He knew what kind of mischief his sister was cooking. You're throwing the game for me? My own sister? No, that was an accident. Miranda couldn't stop a single giggle and fluttered to her seat. She sweetly folded her hands in her lap. Randy, you're so full of shit right now. Damn. Jude sighed and bared down on her with all his big brotherly disappointment. His demeanor was sour enough to spoil Miranda's sugar-coated smile. Like a traitor's reveal, her true twisted intentions were revealed. I'm with Grant on this one. Damn! Ah. That's not fair. Guess I also might have an accident. Miranda gasped and pressed her palm flat against her chest. That lasted only a few seconds before she switched gears. Hell yeah. Just then, Miranda hooked an arm through Terry's, and her next devious plan became obvious. You pointed accusingly at her. Don't. She did. Terry, I know you love to bowl, but we can't win. She was using the power of love for evil, and of course, it worked. Lucky for you, I can lose just as good as I can win. Thank you. Miranda squished Terry into a big hug. She'd flipped the best player on their team against her brother. There's no way you could do poorly enough to beat us. I see. Huh? Clearly this challenge is man-to-man between the happy couple. I'll be bowing out as well. It's only proper. You did a double take, dumbfounded by the situation. The last thing you were expecting was Baxter getting involved with the silly game inside of a game. Looks like we've leveled the playing field. It'll be anyone's game to lose. Fine. Yeah, fine. It's me and you. No complaints here. I love them. I think this was a really good fucking idea. I think Baxter is secretly an evil genius. Scott stood up and pushed his sleeves up to his elbows. It was his chance to rack up points. Round after round, you, Miranda, Terry, and Baxter found a variety of ways to whiff it. From Baxter tapping a ball forward with his foot, to Terry lowering his ball directly into the gutter. Meanwhile, Scott and Jude attempted the novel concept of hitting pins. The final round came down to the wire, and Jude's final frame would decide the game. He put everything he had into the throw, and Jude got a strike. The round was his, the win was his, and he stood there stunned. Jude, high five! Jude's gaze flickered between you and your high five. You thought he was about to leave you hanging when suddenly he smirked and slapped you. Jude returned his attention to the scoreboard. It was certainly unique with that amount of zeros. He let out a whistle. It's extraordinary how good of a bowler you are. So are you. It was a close call and a damn good game. I'm glad we got ditched by our entire teams. Me too. Scott placed his hands on his hips and tilted his head to the side. He studied Jude from the ground up. You never make it easy on me, though. Can't go too soft. Jude chuckled and ruffled his curls absent-mindedly. The two of them shared an affectionate grin instead of words. Despite losing, Scott had no hard feelings. He never gave up, and that was all he could ask of himself. It helped that he was too enthralled by his fiance's investment in the competition. Jude's joy only fueled his own. It was a comfort to see the couple in better spirits. Even with all the disagreements over the wedding details, you knew at the end of the day, Jude and Scott truly loved each other. Peeking at Baxter, you caught the genuinely pleased smile softening his expression. Watching the couple reconnect was his win. Well, since we're already here and it's nearly lunch, how about we grab something to eat? Here? You want to get food at the bowling alley? Listen, I've had food at bowling alleys. It's not the worst. Depending on the place, it can actually be pretty decent in my opinion. That went against Scott's whole view of the classy planner. To be fair, it surprised you too and you knew him better. Yes, I don't see why not. That's cool with me. How bad could it be? Let's do it. Scott's focus flickered between the siblings, his brows raised in contrast to their easygoing remarks. Sure, we'll eat here. Terry snorted and folded his arms across his chest. He didn't share Scott's qualms at that moment. I'll bite. So Baxter, I gotta know why you would want to eat at a run-of-the-mill place like this. Thank you for the hydration reminder, appreciate it. Immediately, the corners of Scott's mouth curled triumphantly. He soaked in the validation that he wasn't the only one thinking things felt off. Do they secretly have an unquestionably good cook back there? You can tell me. Baxter's nose wrinkled at Terry's interrogation. He combed the tips of his fingers through his swoop bangs. I'm not a nobleman, if you weren't aware. I eat the same as everyone else, and I'm perfectly happy to explore the convenient meal option directly in front of us. Terry nudged his head in Miranda's direction. He didn't take his eyes off of Baxter, though. He's evading the final question. Maybe the food is really something here. I'm gonna go with amused you merely shook your head. It was silly that Baxter's conduct sparked this level of scrutiny, but you also couldn't blame Terry or Scott for showing some amazement. Terry had a slew of memories to pull from, either from his own first-hand accounts or from the stories you recounted from that summer. And Scott sought Baxter out on his stylish and high-class reputation and portfolio as a dazzling wedding planner. Baxter still knew how to take people by surprise. Despite Baxter's continued insistence that he was the type of person who would definitely eat at a bowling alley, the group remained unconvinced. They squished together and watched with intrigue as he approached the counter and actually put in an order. Baxter selected a veggie burger, which evoked several murmurs of approval from your friends. Out of all the options, that appeared to be the most fitting for the fancy wedding planner. He stepped away from the counter, and your friends quickly fell into a line, picking out their own lunches. Jude ordered a chili dog, Scott got a hamburger, Terry picked a slice of cheese pizza, and Miranda asked for the same. Plus, a big plate of nachos were ordered for anyone who wanted to split. Before you knew it, it was your turn at the counter. You decided to go with, hmm. For me, I feel like I would probably go... Give me some onion rings and some french fries. And some chicken strips, and that was all. The corner of Terry's smile curved. Your order was a bit larger in scale than everyone else's, but there was no harm in that after a busy morning. You simply wanted what you wanted. You found a free spot near the alleys to sit down. Terry idly drummed his fingers on the table, but you couldn't even hear the sound. It was drowned out by the surrounding clamor. Balls clashing into pins and the shouts of victory and defeat made for an interesting ambiance. We've got a good set here. Jude and Grant are engaged. Me and Randy are dating. Blake and Baxter are, Terry halted there. His mouth had been moving faster than his mind. It had not reached its logical conclusion before he begun to ramble. Thank you, Terry, for that. Apparently, he'd momentarily forgotten that Baxter's presence in your life was not of his own accord. He was merely there as a professional obligation. Awkward exes? Jude, would you shut up? Goddamn. Oh, you've heard about that. We're not talking about it, you guys. Stop it. Jude and Terry, stop it right now. Fucking... What am I gonna do with these guys, for real? I would combust on the fucking spot, though. Out of pure, just, discomfort. Yep. Thank you, Jude, for the confirmation that nobody needed. We already knew. I feel like it was a rhetorical question. I feel like Baxter knew that you knew, given your comment. We didn't... It's fine. Everything's fine. Fucking hell. Baxter began fiddling with the paper napkin in front of him. His eyes narrowed, and he tried to graciously move past the touch of embarrassment. Well, I think this is wonderful for Blake and I. We're being unique in this land of romantic adventures. He gestured flippantly at the pair of couples, dropping the napkin. Scott's brows lifted. Are you serious right now? No, I am not. I am being fictitious. That makes more sense. Would everybody just leave it alone? Holy shit. The conversation grew quiet after that. Terry had managed to score some unintentional retribution after Baxter put his dancing foot in his mouth about Terry's longtime crush on Randy. But the awkwardness was overcome once the food came out. Everyone dug in right away except for Baxter. He took the time to meticulously cut his veggie burger with a plastic knife and ate the bite-sized pieces with a fork. That action garnered a number of laughs. Baxter paid it no mind and enjoyed his meal. Partway through lunch, Mr. Ward ever so casually took the lead in conversation. Nothing more than table chatter, of course. So, What are we intending on doing after we finish eating? Going to the craft store. Jude grabbed a few tortilla chips and bit into them with a loud crunch. Humming, Baxter rested his chin on the palm of his hand. I've been giving it some thought, and I believe you may not have to. If you know what you want for the centerpieces, I could pick up the supplies and drop them off at your house later today. You could? Absolutely. That's not a problem. Right. I'll go with him to help. Yeah, me three. I can see where this is going. The two of you can go home and relax, and we can do the pesky shopping. The two of you are likely more worn down than you've registered. My suggestion is that you should take as many breaks as you can sneak in before the wedding. As slick as ever. You didn't want to crowd their house while they were resting. You'd have to go too. Exactly. Take it easy and we'll get this done. Oh? Well, there you have it. I love his little face. I can't. That would be great, actually. Don't you think? Jude folded his arms and surveyed the sight in front of him. His friends, family, and the wedding planner were all watching him optimistically. Finally, he cracked a smile. Yeah, thanks. Fantastic. Then there's little else to worry about until we return with your centerpiece material. Hold on. Anything else, Scott? Oh, I'm not sure. What kind of wiggle room do we have left on the schedule? There's certainly space for a few things. Plenty of elements that can be added with minimal effort and will have a big impact on your experience. For example, you could plan to have a first dance or have multiple with a parent, guardian, or another important figure in your life. Rather conveniently for the line of work I'm in, I used to ballroom dance competitively. So if either of you need lessons or wish to practice, I can provide that. It wouldn't be an additional charge, of course. My services are all inclusive. Your attention snapped in his direction. Why did he word that like he was retired? You couldn't imagine a world where Baxter didn't dance anymore. Competitive ballroom dancing? You sure you're a regular dude? He's a fancy man. I love the fancy man. Positive. Does that sound like something either of you would be interested in? The couple shared a long, silent stare. Scott bashfully rubbed the back of his neck and returned his attention to the conversation. We need to think about that once more, I think. Good call. That's fair. Let me know when you've come to a decision. Baxter hummed quietly to himself, musing over his next thought. He lifted his head. At this point, he wasn't bothering to hide that he had returned to planner mode. Jude, you mentioned that you've thrown parties before, correct? Uh-huh. One's for my sisters, parents, cousins sometimes. Scott nodded proudly while Jude only shrugged in response. His lips curled bashfully. I've got a big family. But what about for yourself? Who throws parties for themselves? You are, right now, actually. Oh, fine, yeah. Jude scratched behind his ear, reassessing the conversation. Baxter smiled ambly. Perhaps you're viewing this too much as a party for some undefined mass and the demands of social pressure and such. And Scott, you're seeing it purely as there for the guests to judge, when in reality, the wedding is a day solely for you and your husband. My next recommendation is that you do nothing more for the wedding unless it is truly going to improve your own memories of the event. You're right. Jude, I'm sorry for making both of us do so much so fast. It sucked. Hey, it wasn't that bad. Jude took Scott's hand and held it between his own. He wore an easy smile and lightly brushed his thumb across his fiancée's skin. If you still want the centerpieces, we should do it. I do. Well, I kind of have a vision for the event. Jude's head fell back and he let out an affectionate laugh at that admission. You do, huh? Who knew you'd get a kick out of designing venue spaces? Next birthday, you're on deck for decorations. Honestly, that'd be really cool. Jude gave his fiancée a light squeeze and then returned to the main conversation. Scott shifted his attention to Baxter in turn. I'll text you the shopping list. Wonderful. And Scott glanced at Jude and began chewing at the inside of his cheek. He didn't even have to say it. Clearly, he had one more idea. What? I thought of something else recently. Remember that year you rented a limo for your twin sisters on their 18th birthday? Sure. There's sort of a thing where people getting married arrive and leave in fancy cars. So I was thinking, what if we do that for our wedding too? Something like a classic Corvette maybe. Jude's eyes widened in awe. The suggestion hit the nail on his curly head. I want to do that. I'll call around and get it sorted today. Hell yeah. It's my pleasure. The couple beamed at each other. Jude gently cupped the side of his fiancée's face, and Scott leaned into the touch. Thank you for thinking of that. You probably could have thought of it yourself if I hadn't given you 1,000 other things to worry about. I doubt it. I'm a shitty wedding planner. Besides, sounds to me like you're talking about yourself. I am? You've been so busy that you haven't even told Baxter about something important we've still got to schedule for the ceremony. Stunned, Scott searched for a shred of what Jude was talking about. Nothing could be grasped in his panic state. Jude decided to let him off the hook. We want to have a candle lighting ritual. Oh, that's a delightful idea. We already have the candle for it. We've just got to make sure it doesn't get skipped. That was something we wanted for both of us. I love this. I think the bowling was a really good way to kind of clear both of their heads and give them that break that was needed for them to come back together and like be a team again instead of being like against each other like they seem to be. Yeah, Jude's right on all accounts. I can't believe I forgot that. Could you make sure the officiator doesn't forget? Absolutely. That's what I'm here for. And so, you all finally finished the day's intended discussion in a far livelier atmosphere than how it was at the office. Both Jude and Scott had an easier time with the process and vocalizing their thoughts when they were shooting the breeze than they did under a more professional interview. Baxter's improved party planning skills were impressive. He'd grown leaps and bounds. Even Terry and Miranda were pleased at how this meeting went. Against all odds, Baxter proved within a matter of days that he was someone they could rely on for this wedding. Once the centerpiece details were exchanged, the group split into teams. Jude and Scott set off for home, and the remaining four of you hit the road to the craft store. Although technically you all could have squeezed into Terry's van, Baxter unlocked his car with a beep. After confirming the location you were going to, he followed behind in his own vehicle. Once you'd arrived, you waited near the front of the craft store. Baxter must have gotten stuck at a light, since it took another few minutes for him to show up. He gave a jaunty wave and speed walked over. "Hello, everyone. I see we've gotten here safely." Pleasantries were had and the gang pressed forward. Miranda broke away from the group with a clear mission in mind. She rolled an orange cart enthusiastically. Now you were ready to go. Baxter grinned at her in return, but gave the line of carts a glance. "We should take another. One cart likely won't be enough." "Good call." You shrugged your shoulders and fetched a second cart. Every single candidate was the same sun-faded plastic. You took the nearest option. "Excellent. Let's proceed." Miranda led the way into the heart of the store, both carts clattering along on old squeaky wheels. She methodically started at the passing aisles. "Oh hey, Randy knows, but I've got to warn the rest of you. There's an all-hands-on-deck kind of meeting this evening at work, so I can't make any of this stuff. After the drop-off, I'm gone." Terry faced you with a sheepish expression, not entirely apologetic. "You're gonna have to take my place in the crafting circle, Blake." You nodded along with the explanation. "I understand. Thanks for the warning. You are gonna be missing out on a lot, though." "I know. Centerpieces? That's the whole center of the event. But I have no choice." "That's totally fine. I appreciate both of you being here and helping as much as you have." Don't say this around Jude or Scott, but I've been nervous they were going to be disappointed by their own wedding. She sighed and drooped down against her cart, her head almost sticking into the front basket. "I know they would have been if it was only the two of them doing it." She straightened herself and offered a smile, first softly at Terry and then at you with bright gratitude. "I'm lucky I had reinforcements to call." Though when she turned to Baxter, she demurred. "You've been great to have on our side too, Baxter. Thanks for accepting the job." "You didn't have to. Most planners wouldn't. I do this gladly. Everyone has placed a lot of faith in me, and I want to honor that." Baxter fidgeted with his collar as Miranda kept her soft eyes on him. Terry chuckled. "You are so sweet, Randy. Of course we're helping you." "And we should get back to doing that. Time's a-wastin'." "Oh yeah, sorry." Browsing resumed and you began checking off the supply list Scott sent. The collection had you going all throughout the building, some items needing a real hunt. "Does color or scent matter more for the candles? Because I'm only finding white candles and coconut." "Jude likes coconut at least, but I don't think that'd fit a formal wedding." Terry, you're in the beach-themed section. Pointing to the sign plastered on the shelf above him, you tried to not laugh. Terry's eyes widened at the obvious. That explains the sea breeze and pineapple options. I didn't notice that either. Let's move down. Baxter nodded approvingly. Along the way, you spotted a floral section and a summer section too. Was summer really that different from beach? Maybe in other places. In Cali, they were one and the same. But since the white candles of the proper variety were secured, the supply team moved on to the next items. Now having a better sense of how the store was laid out, it went quicker. After a decent-sized pile had accumulated in both carts, Baxter spoke up. We've found the more unique bits and bobs. If you don't mind, I'd like to leave the last of it in your capable hands. I think it'd be best if I could look into rental cars before it gets too late. Right, of course. No worries, we got it. Go ahead. Terry ushered Baxter away with shooing motions. A car was more important than an extra body to throw fake flowers in a cart. Thanks, I'll be in touch soon. Miranda and Terry waved him off as he disappeared from aisle 12. Bye! See ya! Good luck, we'll see you soon. With that, Baxter was gone and your party was a trio. You and Miranda continued scooting the carts along the white linoleum tiles of the aisle. So, Terry began as soon as you turned the first corner. He tilted his head, questioning. Oh boy, I already have a feeling I know where this is going. Are we friends with the guy or what? Miranda laughed stiltedly, her nerves obvious as she looked around. No matter how much she craned her neck, Baxter did seem to be well and truly gone. I'm only asking. He seems Baxtery to me, like he always was. But I don't know what wedding planners do. Maybe they act all buddy-buddy with their clients. I don't know. Terry's expression tightened as he thought your words over. Guess we'll find out after the wedding. Until then, I'm gonna bet we are. No matter what, I'm glad we got to see each other again. And not just because he's doing my big brothers a huge favor. Terry's the one who always tried to get free rides out of him. Terry burst into laughter and couldn't deny the charge. It was nice to have other people to reminisce about Baxter with. He'd stepped into your life in a big way, then tried to erase himself completely. It hadn't worked, not for you or anyone else he'd met that summer. The marks he'd left on your memories were too bold. He'd never be able to be completely blotted out. He was a part of your history, and now he was important to your present. I loved them. But it was time to refocus on the task at hand. Terry didn't have many minutes to spare, so you had to hurry. What else did you need to find again? You rushed up and down the entire store, the carts rapidly filling. Meanwhile, Baxter hung out on a bench at the front with his phone glued to his ear. He fluttered the fingers of his free hand whenever he noticed your group shooting past. You spied more flowers and booked it. When each decoration on the list was added to the masses, you approached Baxter. His phone was still in his grip, but he was no longer on a call. "Hello. Were you able to find everything?" He inspected the carts, trying to visually sort through the chaotic lumps of stuff. Not everything except a chocolate fountain." "I'm going with it." You gestured at your cart, which was indeed bereft of a fountain. His lips twisted wearily. "What an unfortunate loss." You were sure that was an entirely sincere, in no way sarcastic expression of remorse. "My task is done too. I found a car that is to the couple's tastes. I texted it to them and got approval to rent it for the day." "Cool. I was even able to do so legally this time." His tone was amusingly flippant. Oh yeah, during that summer he had pulled some shenanigans to get his car. Miranda and Terry, however, stared at him, concerned. "Don't worry, it's an inside joke." See, he keeps making little comments like he wants to talk about the past. He's just so back and forth with it. I can't keep up, bro. "We have inside jokes." How are you gonna say it's an inside joke between us, but not be willing to address anything else? That's not fair. A smile pulled at your lips. You decided not to explain further either. Miranda probably wouldn't imagine too extreme of illegal scenarios. "Okay. Come on, let's pay for this haul. It's gonna take a while to ring up." The rest of the gang agreed, and you and Miranda drove your carts through a blessedly empty checkout line. After several minutes of listening to the beeping of items getting scanned, Miranda swiped her card. It was done. As you headed to the parking lot, Miranda checked her phone and frowned at the time. You yourself did a double take at how long the shopping had taken. Not again. The craft store was dangerous. "And you're sure you have enough time to drop us off before work, Terry?" "Uh-huh, no problem." "I don't want to cause any trouble with your boss." "Don't worry. It's not like I can just leave you here with 50 million decorations. Someone would have to be strapped to the roof of Baxter's ride to make everything fit." "All right. Thanks again for this." Hustling, you stuffed the various bags into Terry's car. It was fortunate his van had so much space, but even then, it was filled up. Maybe you could hold some of the bags in your lap? Baxter noticed conundrum and hummed at the mass of bags remaining. It resembled a tentacled monster when the wind whistled by and waved the transparent plastic handles. "I can take the more delicate pieces and store them separately in my trunk." Jude Scott's home isn't ridiculously far from the city. I don't mind popping over there first. "Thank you, but are you sure? You don't need to go through all that trouble." "Hey, it sounds good to me. That'd be handy." "Of course. Let's pack them securely." Soon enough, the van was once again on the road with Baxter's car bringing up the rear. "Does anyone remember how to get to Jude's home?" Well..." She quickly pointed her finger to the right, only to earn a laugh for the effort. "I'm kidding. But wouldn't it be funny if we got lost? I wonder if Baxter would follow us or keep to his GPS's directions." "I think he'd follow us at first and then call if we got too off target." You have work, remember, Terry? Plus, I'd rather not mess with Baxter. That's a bad idea. You're right. Speaking of right, there's my turn. Okay, red car, could you let me over? Thanks. I need to take the fast way anyways. Oh, come on, do you know how to drive? Terry drove back the rest of the way to home base with his occasional commentary of the abilities of the other drivers on the road. He noticed a few vanity license plates that made him wonder about the person behind the wheel. Miranda chimed in with creative theories, usually that it was a secret code. The conversation flowed enjoyably easy between the two. Then you arrived. Baxter parked behind Terry's van. You nodded at him on your way to open the back of the car. Terry grabbed a bag and another. Miranda put a bag on each finger, including her pinky. Not to be outdone, Terry threaded his hands through more plastic handles. Thank you for the hydration reminder, appreciate it. Baxter made his own massive effort. You took a breath and gathered as much as you could manage. Everyone loaded up. Miranda led the coordinated shuffle to the door and awkwardly bumped the doorbell with an elbow. There was the muffled, melodic ding-dong of their bell, and then footsteps. A moment later, Jude answered. Your group, utterly laden with plastic shopping bags bursting with silky petals, must have been a sight. Come on in. He scooted to the side to let everyone through. You maneuvered your bulky hoard carefully so it didn't bash into anything. Unfortunately, Terry got caught on the door handle. Whoops! Jude darted closer and untangled the bag. Terry struggled with effort and slowly inched forward until he was completely inside. Is that everything? Nope. I'm gonna go get some. He sidestepped around Terry and dodged Baxter to get outside. That was when you noticed Scott trying to usher everyone into the living room. At this point, your arms were regretting taking quite so many bags. Surreptitiously, you began eyeing any likely surfaces you could deposit them on. I love the neighborhood, it's cute as hell. The place was neater than before. The table had been completely cleared off, and the floor must have been vacuumed. Jude and Scott hadn't completely committed to taking a break. Scott directed the group to where the supplies should go. Quickly, you shed the weight, and the others were only a breath behind you. Miranda subtly massaged her hands while Terry slumped against a wall. Jude returned with the leftovers, which was still a generous armful of stuff. Now that's everything. You guys needed a lot of stuff. He wiped his brow dramatically, as if coming from the car had been back-breaking labor. It would have been more of a joke if he wasn't actually breathing hard from carrying so much. Yep. Jude did not humor Terry's act and added his armful of bags to the pile. 2 cartfuls took a lot of space. Terry surveyed the scene, mentally checking things off, and nodded with approval. I leave this in your capable hands. Bye, Terry. Thanks for doing this. Yeah, you're a good dude. Forget it. I'd never let Randy down, or you two also. Miranda brightened at her ever chivalrous boyfriend. Good luck, Terry. See you later. He saluted the team and bounded outside, the door slamming shut behind him on a chorus of goodbyes. In the wake of Terry's big exit, Miranda flopped onto the couch with a sigh. Jude immediately raised an eyebrow. Something happened, Randy? You can talk to us if something is wrong. Nothing, and you're busy. Scott looked at her, face creased with worry, but her expression didn't change. His gaze drifted over to you. He was sending "please help me" signals. Despite his silent plea for insight, there was none to give him. You had no idea what was wrong, and was perhaps even more confused than he was. Miranda had seemed fine shopping. She was just joking in the car, but suddenly she deflated and dropped what you hadn't noticed to be an exaggerated smile. Scott's hopeful eye contact wasn't ending, and you still didn't have a clue. You shook your head. Miranda was the only one who knew why Miranda was upset. Jude approached his little sister. He tapped her shin with his foot. She pulled up her legs onto the couch, curling into a ball. So he sat down heavily beside her and waited for her to get comfortable. Slowly, hesitantly, she began to speak. I just feel bad that Terry always does so much for me and my family. He's a lot bolder than I am. He's amazing and can jump into anything. Terry has always been the one to take the initiative ever since we met. What do I do? What do I ever do? Nothing. It's unfair. She hugged her knees tightly to her chest. I think Terry understands. He's so outgoing, he can't help but be involved in everything. You're different. Subtle acts can mean equally as much if they take the same effort. But what if I want to do something bold for a change? Jude snapped his fingers loudly enough to make you jump. You can propose. That's what Scott did. My big move was asking him to come live with me, but Terry beat you to that one already. What? She gaped at him, completely shocked out of her melancholy. Scott, however, was all in agreement. What if it happened at our wedding? That'd be the perfect place for a daring engagement. Yeah, that could work. Wedding proposals are traditionally frowned upon. You both are quite gracious to suggest it. Baxter's tone was casual, if anticipatory. Miranda, however, gaped at him, and so did Jude. I forgot you were here, dude. Oh, forgive me for the surprise interruption. Randy flushed with embarrassment and straightened her posture until she sat up properly. She hadn't realized she started the heart-to-heart with Baxter in the room either. Oops. Jude, you're 6 years older than me, and you're getting married right now. I'm not proposing to Terry. If I'm not overstepping, why not plan a trip to go away together? A nice vacation for myself and a special someone after spending so much time focused on others would be an incredible gift. It doesn't have to be the equivalent of a honeymoon like Jude and Scott are having for it to be worthwhile. Simple does the job just as well. I'm no travel agent, but you could think about a day trip or staying somewhere overnight. There are some perfectly lovely possibilities. Miranda tapped the bottom of her lip, considering it. That's a fantastic idea. Aww. I can remember a few places that Terry has wanted to visit for ages, and most of them aren't that far. Slowly, her lips lifted into a grin. That spark of inspiration had relit her fire. I'll do it. I really will. I'm going to take Terry on a mini vacation. She turned towards you, her voice reassuring. But I'm not going to run off while you're here visiting us, obviously. It'll be later. You smiled, appreciating that she addressed that before you even had the chance to worry about it. Her thoughtfulness was sweet. Thanks, Miranda. And I agree that you should go take a trip with Terry. That sounds nice. For as long as you'd known her, she often struggled with confidence. This was a great opportunity for her to try something new. She should be proud of herself. Thanks everyone for listening to me. I'm sorry for being distracting. We've gotten completely off topic. Hey, the party is not more important than the people attending it. Jude hooked an arm around his fiancée and lightly squeezed. Scott leaned into the embrace. Baxter watched the scene with an air of distant contentment, like an audience member for a documentary. Then he cleared his throat. Good luck, Miranda. I should be leaving soon. However, before I do, let's take a moment to discuss what we will do tomorrow. If the centerpieces are the final element, we won't need to meet in the morning. We can decide what to spend that time on now, if anything. Scott and Jude exchanged glances and reached a decision. Jude tilted his head back to Baxter first. We could go clothes shopping, or we could try slow dancing. Both are doable. We can have a day of formality. The couple smiled and leaned into each other. Jude spoke directly to his fiancée. And we can give everybody else a break. I think me, you, and Baxter can handle the rest. Scott agreed with a brief nod. The others have done more than enough. It's settled then. Baxter's clear voice filled the room with an announcer's flair. We'll have an eventful afternoon before the big event, but it will be the perfect finishing touch. Jubilant, Miranda bounced, and the couch cushion squeaked beneath her enthusiasm. That's so great. Thank you, Baxter. He chuckled and once again tugged at his collar. Thank me after the wedding is over. Yeah. Miranda's attention drifted to the intimidating pile of decoration supplies. Will you be fine finishing the centerpieces? I think so. There's not much to do to actually put them together. It should go a lot faster than other things. That is good to hear. Well now, if you'll excuse me, I won't hold up your progress. I'll see you tomorrow. Jude and Scott especially, but I do hope the entire committee will be there for the last meeting that night. Wait. Baxter stopped and focused on Scott. For the special last meeting, why don't we have it here instead of in the office? Yeah, it's not like it'll be your first time coming over. You're already here today giving advice. Inviting me to your home. You were too kind. He wasn't able to answer right away. His brain was probably weighing the pros and cons, thinking of the potential ways that his choice could explode in his face. This matter was far more important than frozen desserts. Well, I would be glad to accept your hospitality. All right. Then we'll be here tomorrow night. Yes. Good evening, everyone. Bye. I'll see you out. You will, Quite the proper host. Yes, I am. You reached forward and opened the door for him, exactly like a proper host. Baxter went through with an appreciative nod, but he didn't expect you to follow. You led him to the end of the driveway, and then to the opposite side of the street where his car was parked. The politeness in his smile began to crack. He kept glancing your way, wondering where in this short trip you were planning on leaving him. You weren't sure yourself, but each time he caught your eye, you felt compelled to continue. You didn't stop until you were standing at the nose of his shiny car. Thank you for escorting me the whole way. No worries. You stood there silently for a few more seconds. His features tensed as he robotically took keys out of his pocket. Baxter unlocked the car and opened the door. He didn't get inside. He kept looking at you. His mouth twisted awkwardly. All right, be safe. You hummed in response and remained rooted in place. Baxter's gaze flickered between you and the car. Could you please move off of the street? I wouldn't want to hit you when I pull out. Sure thing. You went back to the house. It's fine. Bye. Take care. You ambled up the driveway and stopped at the front door. The knob was cold against your palm. You couldn't bring yourself to turn it yet. Peeking at him, you expected to see Baxter's car disappearing down the street, but he wasn't leaving. He wasn't even in the car yet. He was still loitering. Did leaving before an escort go against his code of cordiality or something? You can be the first one to part ways then, I guess. Why are you being so weird, guy? Releasing a breath, you opened the door and went inside. You rejoined what was left of the wedding crew to spend the rest of the evening crafting centerpieces. The four of you had only managed to empty all of the bags when Miranda sprung up like something hidden in the mess had bit her. Wait, has anyone seen my hat? She spun slowly on her toes and searched through the pile of plastic. Jude crossed the room and gathered the discarded bags his sister had flung hastily over her shoulders. Did you leave it in the van? Miranda stopped and chewed on that thought. She hooked her curls behind her ear. I don't know. I thought I had it with me. You check around the house some more. I'll look out front. Maybe you dropped it when we were bringing everything inside. Thank you for the hydration reminder. Appreciate it. See, I was wondering if she, took it off or something. I can't remember the last time I saw her hat. I didn't see it before, but I wasn't checking for her hat. I could have missed something. Good idea, Blake. I'm gonna text Terry, too, just to be safe. Perfect. We'll find it in no time. You hurried through the front door and stood there, scanning the neighborhood. There wasn't a single sign of Randy's poor sun hat. However, there was something far more unexpected blocking your view. Baxter's shiny car was still parked across the road. Crossing your arms, you marched over and peered inside. It was empty. What was even happening there? Where did he go without a car? The weird way he'd acted when you walked out with him came right back to the front of your mind. You needed to get to the bottom of this. Glancing up and down the sidewalk, you spotted his familiar figure at the end of the row of houses. That answered the where, but left the why completely open. You made your way over to the errant planner, but hesitated at the final few feet. The entire time, Baxter's back remained turned to you. So if he heard you approach, then he had written it off as not being relevant to himself. Baxter? Again, he's fucking shook. Oh no. His whole body stiffened like an overly starched suit at the sound of your voice. Slowly, he peeked over his shoulder, still holding onto a thread of hope his ears were mistaken. Blake? His guilt at being caught loitering was crystal clear before he pulled it all in. He pivoted on his heel towards you. Baxter took a steadying breath and absent-mindedly tugged at his collar. He struggled to get his thoughts in order. Hello again. Can I help you with anything? No, I just wanted to see what you're doing. Right, that. His smile curved. Since the jig was up, he wasn't going to feel sorry for it. Well, honestly, I'm waiting to get some ice cream. From an ice cream truck is what I mean. Added context flew from his lips the second his initial response hit his own ears. When I dropped you off here yesterday, I remembered this was the general area it covered. I checked online to confirm that was the case and that it had the same route. The longer he spoke, the more he squared his shoulders. It was as if he needed to reassure himself that he was still a mature adult to counterbalance his desire for ice cream. Since I was already here, I didn't see any reason I couldn't patronize the truck again. So that is why I'm in no rush. Please, don't let me hold you up. I'm certain you had some other reason to be here other than to check on me. I mean, it is adorable, but I feel like he'd lose his shit. Fuck it, that's adorable. Baxter snorted at your brazen remark, but the rest of his expression remained indecipherable. You held your head high and smirked. I see how it is. Do you? I was here looking for Miranda's hat, but I'll text her that it's around and that I'll be back soon. Baxter carted his fingers through his hair, the corner of his mouth crooked. At this point, it is out of my hands. You know what I'm up to, and it is a public activity. Who am I to say you're not also welcome to visit the neighborhood ice cream truck? Uh-huh, that's right. So, unexpectedly, the two of you looped through the nearby streets, keeping yourselves on alert for any sign of the ice cream truck. Luckily, it didn't take long to locate. The melodious sound of the well-known tune drew you both in, and then it came around a curb. Ice cream with Baxter! Decked out in faded posters, rolling along under the setting sun, it looked like it drove straight out of your memory. If it was the same truck from 5 years ago, that wouldn't surprise you in the slightest. We found it. You caught a brief sparkle in his eye and a hint of a thrill in his voice that instantly caught you off guard. Together, you darted ahead to flag down the ice cream truck. After a minute, the side window snapped open. Hello, hello. What kind of sweets do you two want today? Same. Honestly, after the stream, I'll probably have some. Baxter stepped even closer, flashing his dazzling grin. Hello, I appreciate you stopping for us. Thank you. Of course, people of all ages love ice cream. It's a little joy that brings us all together. That's very true. Would it be possible to get an ice cream sandwich? Oh, and some napkins too, if possible. Can do. Huh, you still preferred those. Something about that memory made your chest tighten. You weren't quite sad, but the sentiment wasn't happy either. Baxter graciously slid to the side so you could order next. You could feel his curiosity poking at your skin. And you? She leaned slightly out of the truck. You hastily glanced over the menu. It was even more sun-bleached, but the shapes were distinct enough to tell apart even with the washed-out colors. I mean, are we going with what we went with back then? Because didn't I get an ice cream sundae cup? That's what I think I got. Yeah, I'm going with the ice cream sundae cup. Sounds great. After that, you and Baxter paid for your frozen treats. The lady gave a toothy smile. Thank you so much. All right, give me 1 minute. Is what she said before ducking out of sight. In her absence, neither you nor Baxter uttered a word. The only noise between you was the faint sound of the woman rummaging through her own truck. Then, just as promised, she returned about a single minute later. Baxter retrieved his desired ice cream sandwich and a handful of white paper napkins. The woman extended an arm out to you next, passing your ice cream sundae cup. Thanks. Have a fantastic evening. I'll be enjoying mine much more with this. You're welcome. The woman laughed at his niceties, and then latched up the window. You waved as the truck roared to life before puttering along the street. I suppose we should start finding our way back. Yeah. Baxter strolled along with his free hand in his pocket and the other carefully pinching his treat. You kept up with him, sampling your own frozen dessert. Baxter waited for you to complete your first taste. The corner of his mouth tugged into an all too familiar smirk. I see your preferences have remained the same. Yours too. Yes, some tastes endure longer than others. Are you enjoying it this time? It's really good. I'm glad. Baxter visibly brightened at your genuine answer. He returned to his own thoughts after that. It struck you that as long as Baxter was pleasant with his dessert, he wasn't running off. For the first time in a long, long while, the two of you might actually be able to talk. Why did you become a wedding planner of all things? It fits, but I have no idea how it could have happened. Ah. Baxter held on to your question for several more moments. He closed his eyes consideringly. Let's see, I received a degree in business management after all. I always assumed working with fellow employees within a company would be preferable to dealing with the wider public. However, in practice, I found that event planning best suited my strengths. I will be back in just a moment, y'all. Okay, back into it we go. Yeah, I'm glad we're getting a chance to talk to him too. I'm fortunate that thanks to my upbringing, I happen to be well acquainted with formality and what it takes to authentically achieve it for an event. It's a unique kind of direct experience to wield. Thank you, appreciate it. Additionally, I deal well with the high level of control and detail work one must take in a stressful event, and that's most suited in bursts with different people rather than a long-term position with a consistent group. You can easily get sick of someone who needs everything to be just so. That makes sense, I guess. Baxter finally paused to breathe. You could You could sense his focus trailing across your furrowed brow, and that only made it worsen. His appraising response was a barrier rather than an answer. My job makes me happy. The ups and downs are worth it. Him so cute. Stop it. Not my job makes me happy. Oh. I enjoy seeing people at their most joyful and knowing that I contributed to making it happen. At least, ideally, they'll be joyful on their wedding day. I've long since realized how straining and unpleasant the whole planning process is. It never seems to matter how much I try to smooth out the process. It all happens in such a frantic flurry, one can scarcely keep up. But when the day comes, and if I've done my job right, then the entire event will be an unforgettable moment. And once it's done, it's done. So, I believe you can see why this position was such a fitting match. Yeah, that's very Baxter of him, honestly. He's such a goober. So, do you still dance, besides helping the couples you plan for? Not competitively. Actually, I haven't even kept up with it as a hobby. These days, it only ever comes up with my clientele. His gaze trailed off in the distance. I love dancing, but unfortunately there isn't room for everything. I imagine you must have dealt with similar situations in your adult life by now. You stared straight ahead at the empty road and thought about it. He was right. Adulthood brought hard changes, and yet it seemed impossible to separate dancing and Baxter in your mind. Yeah, I get it. Mm. Having said that, I can't complain. There was a rather low chance that my love of dance was going to be utilized in my actual profession, and yet here we are. Silver linings and all that. Ah, why do you only choose rock? Oh, that's an unexpected query. Is it? Because that's not a normal thing to take such a committed stance on. I've been wondering about it this whole time. Truthfully, it's my favorite option out of the bunch. A nice fist. Simple, effective. Baxter's free hand tensed into the aforementioned representation of a rock just long enough for you to see it. Then his fingers loosened. But rather than why I choose rock out of the three, I imagine you're more intrigued on why I only use one in general. Yeah. Well, I've done it about as long as I can remember. It made the game more enjoyable in my youth. The petty types of decisions that were best suited to be decided with randomness mattered little to me. It was far more amusing to see who would use the advantage they had to win, and who would be willing to take the loss, and why they seemed to do so. Baxter glanced towards the distant sky. At the bare minimum, I'm not that much of a brat any longer. As an adult, I use it mainly to get away with not making decisions of my own. Whoever is playing with me has the responsibility to win or lose because what they're up against is preordained. I don't even need to choose which symbol my hand takes. It's easier that way. Oh. But of course, when it comes to work, I absolutely can make decisions. It's only in my personal life where I lack conviction. I'm torn between he's changed a lot and he hasn't changed at all. Because here's the thing, he's got the professional side of his job, and how he expresses himself has changed, but I feel like he's still the same Baxter underneath it all. You know what I mean? I feel like if I cracked through that shell that he's painted for everyone else, I feel like I would get to the same old Baxter underneath. But maybe he would take that as a bad thing. I feel like he's really hard on himself, and I think that he would like to think that he's changed and come a long way. So I feel like if I say that he hasn't changed much, he's going to take that as a bad thing and cave in on himself. When in reality, he was a good dude to begin with. He just didn't see it because, we're our own worst critics, too judgmental of himself. But I also don't know how he'd feel if I said he changed a lot. He might be wondering if I thought he changed in a bad way. I feel like if I make any comment on his changing or hasn't changed, he's gonna be self-destruct right now. Okay. I'm not gonna ask why did you have to stop talking to me. We've been down that road. I feel like ripping open picking off that scab, opening that wound wouldn't do anybody any favors. So you didn't say anything else. I think that's a good stopping point. The two of you continued on your path to Jude and Scott's house, surrounded by the end-of-day ambiance of crickets and distant cars. You stole a glance in his direction. Somehow Baxter still hadn't finished his child-sized ice cream sandwich. You couldn't help but wonder what was happening inside his head. Since he'd returned, everything came with a thick layer of fog to trudge through. It was only yesterday when Baxter was begging to be anywhere else on the planet than by your side for a little while. And now he was trying to stretch this walk for as long as possible. Was it because of him or because of you? Were you both doing something? Would any of this even matter by the day after tomorrow? Did it even matter right now? Time had run out to say anything else. Baxter plopped the last bite of his treat into his mouth and crumbled the wrapper up. He was finished with this. Baxter tidied himself as well as he could with the cheap paper napkins. He didn't use them all and offered the remaining ones to you. You accepted them. Thanks. You stashed the napkins in your pocket. Baxter's amble smile didn't change. Thank you for accompanying me, Blake. As we can both see, my car is right over there. I won't keep you any longer. Good luck with the centerpieces. I'm sure they'll turn out wonderfully. I hope so. Bye, Baxter. See you later. Yes, I'll see you tomorrow. He got into his vehicle for real and was gone again. After an exceedingly long break to search for Randy's hat, you returned to the house. The door unlocked with a twist of your wrist. The sight earned a grateful sigh. It was a lucky gift of fate that the front door was left open. No one had checked since you were gone. You were able to slip inside and rejoin the others without any extra weirdness. Or at least, that's what you'd thought. Miranda, Jude, and Scott stopped what they were doing to stare at your entrance. They must have heard the door close. Awkward. Hey. Jude at least didn't have an interest in asking you probing questions. He punctuated his greeting with an easy smile and resumed the silk flower arrangements. Terry has my hat. He texted me a few minutes ago. Oh, I'm glad it's not lost for real. Me too. Wow, the missing Blake has magically reappeared as well. What happened out there, huh? Of course, unlike his soon-to-be husband, Scott couldn't let this slide without a care, and he didn't have Randy's discretion either. Well, Baxter hadn't left yet. We talked. We were catching up. Miranda's shoulders relaxed hearing that news. You seriously did know him before? I did and do. Sort of. He's still Baxter Ward. Letting that information sink in, Scott removed his glasses and idly cleaned the lenses on the end of his shirt. He slipped them on and then sheepishly scratched the top of his head. I know this Baxter stuff is old news for you, but I'm finding it hard to imagine. Sorry, that's probably because you're the only one of us who never met him before now. What? Huh? That comment was finally enough to pique Jude's curiosity. Miranda snickered as Jude put the silk flowers down. When did I meet him? Well, you didn't talk to him, but had to have seen him. I'm more confused. Remember my 19th birthday party? He was there. Your 19th birthday? Yes. He wasn't there as a guest. Baxter was one of the main people who put the whole party together. Jude's brow pinched and he gazed into the distance at nothing in particular, searching the recesses of his mind. At last, a spark behind his eyes brought him back to the present. I remember one strange dude, the edgy kid who kept messing with the chocolate fountain. Why was he there? That's the real question. Your grin stretched ear to ear, hearing Jude's recollection of Baxter. How typical of him. Somehow seeing a strange monochrome man at his little sister's party didn't prompt him to ask any questions then. It was never too late, though. I love his memory of Baxter. It's too fucking funny. That was Baxter. What? That was Baxter? With the eyeballs? Jude repeated those words slowly. He needed a moment to process. Yes. Also, why with the eyeballs? Why is that the part we're focused on? Then he dropped, folding like a chair. You'd never heard him laugh that hard. He was shaking. In contrast, Scott kept his composure. The longer Jude continued, the higher Scott's brows raised. What do you mean with the eyeballs? What's wrong with his eyeballs? That's my question, what the fuck? The Egret siblings were both peeling with laughter at this point. You could only hope Baxter had driven far enough away not to be able to hear it himself. Nothing. There's never been anything wrong with Baxter's eyeballs, I think. Poor Scott. He never experienced Baxter's black and white glory in person. It wasn't something any of you could convey with mere words. Phew. Jude pressed his palm to his heart and leaned against the couch cushions until his breathing calmed down. Scott, you had to be there. He looked like a fool. Let's not hold it against him. I'll take your word for it. Jude scooted to the edge of his seat and grinned widely at him. He gave Scott's leg a pat. Time to get to work. Flowers won't arrange themselves. Scott bobbed his head, still in a daze, and the three of them got you up to speed with their crafting circle. The rest of the evening and well into the night was spent joking, sharing stories, and creating beautiful masterpieces. At one point, a new message in the group chat caught everyone's attention. Baxter asked for confirmation that tomorrow would be the big day out with the couple. You weren't sure if it was only in your head, but Baxter's phrasing felt a little more friendly than his prior updates. He even used a thumbs up emoji. That was completely new. You went to bed and hoped this might be a turning point. Things were coming together. The next day, you had the morning, afternoon, and evening to yourself. Jude and Scott were gone until late. However, they managed to keep everyone in the loop while they were gone. The group chat buzzed with various updates throughout their adventures. There were glimpses of suit stores they were checking out, the event room they used for practicing dance in, and pictures of the three of them presumably taking a break. Jude and Scott were thrilled in the photos. Even the occasional Baxter in the background seemed pleased. And based on the updates, that wasn't for show. The wedding plans were genuinely going well. Meanwhile, you had your feet up, resting and recharging for the big event. You imagined Terry and Miranda spent their day off similarly. After all that hard work, the grand payoff was almost here. There was only one meeting left with the planner ahead of tomorrow. Miranda and Terry arrived at the house not long after you finished dinner. Just as things were talked about before, everyone was invited to Jude and Scott's place rather than the office. It wasn't long before the fiancés and their wedding planner strolled in with their spirits high. Almost everyone got settled comfortably in the living room. Jude and Scott tiredly sank into one end of the couch, while Terry sat at the other. Miranda folded her leg and sat on the arm of the couch, leaning into Terry. You plopped down on the room's other plush chair. Baxter, though, didn't pull a chair aside or sit down anywhere. Instead, he remained standing, holding his notebook and waiting for his moment to begin the meeting. Thanks for the hydration reminder, appreciate it. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to everyone here. You've handled this stressful schedule commendably. It's been excellent working with a party planning committee such as yourselves. Baxter bowed his head politely. It was clear he was trying to maintain the wall of formality with his role as the wedding planner, but his earnest tone gave him away. Baxter meant what he said from the heart. Before comments could be made, he changed gears and tapped the pad of his finger to his chin. My main concern at this point is simply the partygoers enjoying themselves the day of. Though there are a few remaining details we need to get out of the way before I leave, it's minor. The room buzzed with excitement. The fruits of your hard labor were almost ready to feast on. Miranda reached across Terry on the couch and gave her brother a big high five. Ah, I can't believe we made it in one piece. You and me both. They both laughed heartily, and she offered Scott a high five next. Terry, meanwhile, dropped his chin on Miranda's spine with a quiet hum. She squealed at the sudden contact and missed Scott's hand. Scott immediately shifted from the high five to making sure Miranda wouldn't lose her balance. Baxter cleared his throat to regain the room's attention. His soft expression grew more focused. As I said before, we have a few remaining details to sort out. May I? Knock yourself out, but hurry before Randy knocks somebody upside the head. Oh no, the chaos of this group. Poor Baxter trying to be a fucking professional here. Not, but hurry before Randy knocks somebody upside the head. Oh no. I'm fine, Jude. Thank you for being concerned. Yep. Miranda resumed her seat perched on the arm of the couch, and Terry signaled Baxter to start with a thumbs up. So, we had quite a productive day, as you might have seen. Scott sat up straighter in his seat and nodded confidently. He couldn't hold his thought a second longer. We got the suits. They're super. Though, he was the man who assisted us at the store, was a massive help finding us options that work splendidly off the rack. And Baxter showed us some steps. He sheepishly rubbed the side of his neck and glanced at his husband-to-be. Jude playfully bumped his shoulder into Scott's side. Guess we're gonna have a slow dance. It'll be delightful. Oh, you know it. From there, the conversation kept rolling. You, Terry, and Miranda listened while the couple confirmed the final touches of their wedding ceremony. And I have some additional good news to share. It's an update new to the whole room. Xavier sent me their progress on the cake. It's finished and will be delivered tomorrow as requested. Would any of you like to see the photos? Yes, please. Sure. In a flash, Baxter had his phone out and tapped the screen. He flipped it and walked the picture around the room for his audience. The cake on display was 3 tiers, and the white frosting had rows of lines textured all the way down. Piped leaves and flowers were dotted about as accents. It was understated and stylish. It's so pretty. We'll actually have a cake this well made for the reception. I seriously appreciate what they did for us. The baker did good. While the couple's words were complimentary, honest praise for an objectively nice piece, there was a problem. It was obvious the cake was a result of their former lack of synergy. The final result was as finished and not ugly and generic as Jude had insisted upon. It could have been a random stock photo Baxter found online. Scott was amazed by the craftsmanship regardless, but seeing it for himself, Jude slouched lower into the couch. It will taste as nice as it looks. Xavier's gifted in the kitchen. Great. Some noticeable creases remained in Jude's brows, but still he managed to smile. Baxter nodded, and no one had anything else to add about the cake. The conversation pivoted away. Baxter ran through the ceremony procedure piece by piece and the intended times for every moment. Much of it was familiar information at this point, however, it was crucial to have it all straight. Now, I have one last question for the couple. There's a tradition where the two being married choose not to see each other or not have any communication whatsoever before the ceremony. Would that be something you'd want to consider? I can arrange separate areas for each of you to get ready. The men frowned nearly simultaneously. They gave each other a long, silent stare. It would be hard not seeing or talking to each other at all. Yeah. And what if there's a problem? Scott's frown deepened. He lifted his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. We've got to see the thing through together. Beaming, Scott hooked an arm around Jude's shoulders and pulled him close. He whispered in his fiancée's ear, "We're gonna throw a great wedding." I know that. Are you both feeling prepared to get married then? Yes, we're raring to go. Jude rested his cheek on Scott's shoulder and let out a gentle sigh. The peaceful look on his face splintered. Yeah. Very good. There was something in Baxter's tone that caught your attention. His gaze lingered on Jude. Whatever he was thinking, he kept it to himself. Jude's got beef with something. It's settled. No, it wasn't. You could read it on him like a billboard. I believe this means we can call an end to our final meeting. Wow. Woo! The couple got to their feet and gave their heartfelt thanks and goodbyes. Miranda hopped off the armrest and pulled Terry along too. Raising a brow, you watched on as Baxter actually left. Jude and Scott walked him to the door. You followed them. Baxter left with one last farewell, and the door was shut. The day had wrapped up nicely. Everyone had done as best as they could. Yet, regardless of all of the signs, you remained unconvinced that Baxter had finished his planning. From there, Jude and Scott rallied themselves into one last cleaning session before bed. They began putting their house into some semblance of order. They were unstoppable. Scott pivoted and you sidestepped out of his way. In the living room, Terry and Miranda were settled on the cushions of the couch together, watching something quietly on one of their phones. They would be going home soon, and the last thing you wanted was to get in the way of either power couple. But a guiding light came in the form of your phone buzzing to life. Lo and behold, it was Baxter Ward, and this text wasn't for the group chat. He sent it to you directly. I'm sorry for messaging you out of the blue, but could you do me a favor? I need Jude to meet me outside. I'm still here. I want to speak with him. Can you convince him to do that? I'm worried he might not listen, or he'd tell Scott if I text him directly. I tapped out an answer to Baxter. guess I can be your partner in crime. You owe me one. Noted. Thank you, Blake. You were forming an idea on where this was about to go as you slipped your phone into your pocket and got to work. Scott had moved into the living room, so that meant Jude was alone in the kitchen. Perfect timing. Fortunately, he was too absorbed in his task to notice you sneaking past. Jude stood at the sink, humming a quiet tune. He was already making a dent in washing the dishes that had piled up from earlier in the day. Hey, Jude. Sup? He didn't take his eyes off of the suds. You hung back in the doorway and made sure you were alone before inching closer. Before anything else, could we move this conversation outside of the house? He looked at you then. But he put the bowl he'd finished scrubbing on the drying rack and then dried his hands. Lead the way. Thanks. The two of you were halfway through the house, almost home free, when Jude startled you by speaking. You stopped dead in your tracks. This is about Baxter, right? That... How did you blow it that bad? You were about to blurt it out, but then Jude crossed his arms and his expression morphed into something you'd expect more from Liz. Oh. Jude wasn't onto what was really happening. He thought you wanted to talk about Baxter from your own personal angle. Your conflicting emotions must have been dancing across your face because Jude dropped the protective expression for a sympathetic one. You can tell me about it outside. Bullet dodged. Without exchanging another word, you led him out the front door. Jude froze only a couple feet outside his doorstep. His head snapped to the side, catching where Baxter was leaning against the side of the house. Hello, Jude. Thank you so much for your help, Blake. Baxter moved off the wall and readjusted his jacket. He grinned widely, and it sent a shiver down your spine. There was something about arranging a confrontation at night with an unsuspecting Mark and a man in a well-tailored suit that made you feel you were now an accomplice to a crime. Local hero falls into a trap set by a devious monochromatic supervillain and all that. You coughed and turned away to regain your composure. Baxter's master plan was going to be in Jude's favor, obviously. Not that he knew that. Jude's gaze flickered between his two captors. What's going on? That's exactly what I wanted to ask. You didn't appear particularly thrilled at the end of our meeting. Jude's uneasiness vanished and was replaced by a clenched jaw. It's all good, Baxter. You'll have to do better than that. I don't believe either of us are convinced. Things are as good as they're gonna be. Baxter sighed at the note of hurt in Jude's tone. He let his hands sink into his pockets. We can't even begin to find a solution or a compromise if you're not willing to discuss the issue. Jude tapped his foot anxiously. He hoped someone else would speak, but the two of you were waiting for him. It's way too late. I believe I have an idea of what this is about, but I could be wrong. Please, try me. Jude opened his mouth, hesitated, and closed it. He glanced away and scrubbed his fingers roughly through his hair. Why not? You're the wedding planner. He let out a defeated sigh and guiltily lifted his gaze. The problem is that cake. I screwed it up. It's our wedding. Our chance to do whatever we want, and I didn't let him or me do that. We only needed to talk for 15 minutes about a design and flavors and shit. It all would have been good. But me thinking that now doesn't matter. There's nothing we can do. The tirade was the longest you'd ever heard Jude speak all in a row, and the angriest. Baxter listened sympathetically. When he was certain Jude had said his piece, Baxter took a turn. Unfortunately, yes, the cake is finished. Xavier wouldn't be capable of overhauling the design of an entire wedding cake at the last hour. Even adding new decorations isn't particularly feasible. And I can't recommend you do anything to the cake without discussing it with Scott first regardless. That's why I kept my mouth shut. The baker did what I wanted, but that cake is always going to be something I regret. Jude squeezed his eyelids shut as he admitted that out loud. Baxter's expression tightened and he exhaled through his nose. Jude, have you perhaps heard the concept of a groom's cake? Jude cracked an intrigued eye open. He studied Baxter cautiously. No, what's that? Well, wedding cakes are often tailored to only one half of the couple's taste. There is the cliche of a bride picking out a dream wedding and a groom being left out of the process entirely for a reason. The situation can certainly apply to any gender couple, and sometimes it isn't a problem for a pair. In this case, you could say the wedding cake was more your choice than Scott's. Now, the basic concept is you have the beautiful classic wedding cake of multiple tiers and understated coloring scheme as the main piece. Then there's a second cake that is smaller and often far more themed in design. Something potentially showcasing a hobby, a sports-themed cake for example, or a video game-themed cake. It's meant to be to the preference of the person who didn't get their say before. That way, both people in the relationship get what they like. And adding a groom's cake makes for a much better surprise than redoing a piece that was already agreed on. Are you for real? That's a thing? It is. Scott and I met playing games online. Could we get something to celebrate that? A video game themed cake? Your eyes flickered back and forth between them. Jude's hopeful excitement contrasted with Baxter's strained smile in a painfully humorous way. Baxter pinched the bridge of his nose. I love how Baxter is helping with this. Dude's saving the fucking day. We can't ask Xavier to create an entirely new cake on short notice. While we might be able to find a pre-made one with video game essence, it would be more young child's birthday cake than most important event of your life groom's cake. Jude began to visibly deflate, and that was the apex of this final meeting. Baxter had drawn him outside, gotten him to open up on his feelings. Everything had proceeded as he'd requested, and that was as expected. Baxter knew this was about the cake, so you waited to hear why. The hands still in Baxter's pockets had morphed into fists, and his arms were pulling down so tensely his sleeves might have ripped off the shoulders if he was in something of lesser quality. By the looks of it, Jude wasn't the one questioning his various choices, but of course Baxter Ward was good friends with bad ideas. If you're truly desperate, I could do it. I could make a groom's cake. Jude's jaw went from a slight dip to a drop. Baxter had done a lot in the past few days, but he always remained within the bounds of his job. Even going to pick up and drop off the centerpiece supplies could be considered a part of the process if you had an especially involved planner. However, making a groom's cake the night before the wedding was definitely not how any of this worked. Baxter Ward was taking a flying leap past the line of professional courtesy. You make cakes? Jude slowly articulated through his shock. Baxter nervously blew at the edge of his swooped bangs. Not professionally, no. It won't taste as good as the wedding cake. I can curb the expectation right now. I'll have to use a box mix, and it won't be the true 3D carved shape. That's something better left to the pros. However, I can manage to create a cake that fits the bill better than a sheet cake with some plastic decoration stuck to it. I could use a stencil to make it look like a controller and frost it so. And I do have some experience baking for events. I did help make the cupcakes for Miranda's 19th birthday. Not just the chocolate fountain? Baxter blinked and then scratched at the side of his neck. He let out an awkward chuckle at the bit of infamy preceding him. Yes, I did do a touch more than provide the chocolate fountain. Well, hell, if you can do it, do it. That would be... I don't know how I could make it up to you. Don't allow the stress of having the perfect wedding ruin the experience. That's all I ask for. Oh, and don't smash any of the first or second cake into Scott's face as a surprise. Despite Baxter's light-hearted teasing, Jude continued to stare at him astonished. Dude, Thanks. You're quite welcome. And now I can comfortably say that we're all set for tomorrow. You need all the rest you can get before morning, so take it easy tonight. I'll be going now. They were serious. Baxter was about to make a themed groom's cake the night before the wedding he was planning. He shouldn't have to handle that alone. There was no way you could go inside and wind down for the night. Your mind was already made up. I'll help you. Amazing. Baxter shot an unimpressed glance at Jude, and then he tried to rein his emotions in. Blake, I promise I can do this on my own. This was my choice. Don't try to talk me out of it. Jude wouldn't let Scott do everything himself, and I'm not going to let you get overwhelmed trying to do everything on your own either. You need help. Baxter's hesitancy and discomfort was evident. He gave the collar of his shirt a light tug. I'll be baking in my apartment. Is that fine with you? Uh-huh, I'll go with you. He still didn't quite believe his ears, but he also didn't question your actions any further. Fine. I'm grateful for your assistance. Thanks again. Oh. I'll text you a picture of Scott's favorite controller. And for Blake, I'll bullshit some reason you're gone. Ah, yes. That'd be excellent. Jude's forethought got Baxter to refocus on the situation. He scratched the side of his cheek. But before we go, I have one more question for you, Jude. Shoot. Do you have any cake mix, either pre-made frosting or powdered sugar? Oh, and perhaps food coloring? Ah, and a sheet pan too, if you have that. He far exceeded the limits of one more question and managed to tell you both indirectly that he needed literally everything other than the eggs and oil. Baxter was shameless about his request and simply shrugged instead. I don't have any baking supplies. I figured it'd save us a trip to the store and fret over brands if we could use ingredients from your own kitchen. Jesus, Baxter. Thanks for the hydrate reminder. Oh goodness, this guy. Yeah, I'll make you a cake. Oh yeah, I have nothing other than the eggs and the oil. Of course you don't have any baking supplies. Jude tipped his head back and let out a deep laugh. He rocked forward and wiped a tear from his eye. We probably have stuff you can use. Wait here. Jude jogged to the house, leaving you and Baxter there on the driveway. He didn't even bother closing the door, so the light from inside fell between you. Hi, Jojo. Y'all, I will be back in just a minute. Give me 1 second. Hello. Okay, let's double check how we're doing with everything. Connection still seems to be going fantastic. Oh my goodness. I'm so hyped. We're gonna be baking with Baxter again in the middle of the night. Let's go. Shit's so fucking cute. I can't. I just love all the little bits of hey, the past. Ah, they're so fucking cute. I can't stand it. Ah. Neither of you uttered a single word. Jude would return any minute, and you'd have the whole night to say anything either of you wanted. A couple minutes later, Jude rushed back out with his arms full. He passed Baxter a sheet cake pan, stacked with supplies, carrot cake mix, 2 containers of cheesecake frosting, and a box with red, green, blue, and yellow food coloring. Scott prefers this way more than chocolate and vanilla. We can do a lot with this. Yes, it is going to work. Good night, Jude. I'll take care of this and Blake. You have nothing to worry about. And I'll take care of him. Baxter's mouth crooked into a familiar smirk. Jude shook his head and waved you both off. All right, we're on the clock. Drive safe. And with that, you and Baxter split from the group for one final pre-wedding mission. You hurried across the street and climbed into his car. The soft music poured out of his car stereo in lieu of conversation, fitting itself in as the ambient backseat on the drive to Prisma Vista. Streetlights lined the freeway and cars rushed by with their own purposeful missions. Yours was just as important. Baking cakes was no small matter. Baking a cake at, well, Baxter's. It was a novelty, all things considered. There'd been times you went into the condo rented out by Baxter by the elusive Mr. and Mrs. Ward, on top of the occasions when you'd been to his office to help with the wedding planning. Now, you were going to be treading new ground in his day-to-day space. There was something that felt impossibly personal about it. That kind of thing wasn't even an option that summer. His family lived out of state, and he was going to college across the country. You wondered if 19-year-old Baxter would have invited you into his home or dorm room if he could have. It didn't take long to come up with an answer. You had a feeling he would have avoided it. Monochrome Baxter would be in a heap of trouble if the people he wanted to hide from knew where he lived. So what made this Baxter different from that one? The veneer of professionalism colored your shared silence, but the air wasn't taut with tension so much as buzzing with anticipation. Eventually, Baxter pulled into the parking lot of a high-rise apartment building and, with some fumbling, managed to get through the doorway with some of the cake materials in arm. He entrusted the cake mix, arguably the most important part, to you. As Baxter gestured to the modern decor in the minimalist lobby you passed through, he guided you both towards a polished chrome elevator. His fingerprints were left behind on the shining buttons. The elevator took you to the 11th floor, where you followed Baxter to the end of the hall and into his apartment. Shrugging the supplies more to one side, he unlocked the door and held it open. After you, Blake. Baxter was always the gentleman when it came to situations like this, so you offered a quick thanks before crossing the threshold into his apartment. Whatever you'd expected, it wasn't this. The apartment opened up into a chic living room, embellished with tones of orange, blues, and grays. Okay. See, this place is nice, but it doesn't feel... I can't even say it doesn't feel like Baxter, because Baxter doesn't fully feel like Baxter. That's not fair. It's a nice apartment, I'm gonna leave it at that and move the fuck on so I don't make my own brain smoke. Silvery curtains were drawn aside and the metal on some of the furniture gleamed with a similar polish to those in the lobby. Distant light from the cityscape shone in from the huge floor-to-ceiling glass doors that opened onto a balcony. From here, it felt as though Prisma Vista stretched impossibly far, and it was at this moment that you were reminded how incredibly small Sunset Bird was by comparison. Baxter's voice grounded you again as he entered from your periphery, hands newly emptied of the baking supplies. He must have put them down when you were looking around. So, this is my home. What do you think? There was the whisper of a thrill in that question. Not does it even matter to you what I think. Yikes. Yeah, no. It's nice. I can't believe you get a view like this every day. Yes, that was one of the draws to this place. It certainly wasn't the rent. Now, Blake, I must thank you for volunteering your services in this exceedingly ill-thought-out and wholly inconvenient task. Not many would. I do believe we should get started before it gets any later. He rounded the couch, slipping off his jacket before tossing it with reckless abandon over his blue armchair. He gently tugged at the edges of his sleeves, inspecting them for some non-existent dust. I will hang that up correctly later. Jesus. It didn't really matter that much to you, so you shrugged in agreement. Let's go over what we'll need to do in a semi-flexible list of steps. He passed you on his way to the small kitchen unit, gesturing every so often to where he placed things as you reviewed. We'll need to first preheat the oven, then prepare the batter in the pan and bake it. After, we'll have to make a stencil, dye the frosting, take the cake out and let it cool, then cut the cake to the approximate shape of a controller using a stencil. He took a cursory glance at the tub of frosting you'd been allotted before ultimately picking it up and checking the bottom of it for an expiration date. Finally, we'll apply a base coat of frosting, add detailing, and pack it up so that it's ready to simply be taken to the venue in the morning. Baxter returned the frosting to the counter he'd taken it from. That doesn't sound impossible. The grimace that suddenly crossed his features betrayed his disbelief. It might not have been impossible, but that didn't mean it wouldn't be difficult. Exchanging the frosting tin for the cake mix, he scanned the directions on the back before reaching for the oven's digital screen to set the temperature. 350 degrees. The appliance beeped with recognition, and its interior lights flickered on in warning. So it begins. Oh, come on. We got this in the bag. It's not the first time we did shit over the night before. It'll be fine. Tucking his nails beneath the box top, Baxter worked at opening it. The world wasn't going to give him a single break, however, and it refused to come apart cleanly. Only the paper on top came off, while the rest of the flap remained glued down. Baxter had to tediously tear at the cardboard. Scraps were abandoned on the tabletop, little by little, while you searched for a bowl and other utensils. You may be surprised to hear this, Blake. I am quite the skilled cook these days. I've had a short life's worth of delicious and interesting meals. There is something quite satisfying about making it for myself as opposed to going to a restaurant. He hummed as he pressed his hands into the box, the top of it eventually splitting open to unveil its contents to him. Baxter took out the pouch of mix and examined what remained of the box once more. I unfortunately don't have any of those offerings for you today. This is just to say that the first and last I've baked a dessert or decorated anything was with you for Miranda's birthday. He chuckled as he used scissors to get the plastic baggie open before he emptied its dusty contents into the bowl you'd scrounged up. I do hope those savory skills are transferable. It should be interesting either way. He'd never made a cake again. That night had been semi-disastrous, so you weren't particularly surprised that he never repeated it. Except he still suggested his confectionery services to except he still suggested his confectionery services today. Honestly, it seemed like him to do something like that. Baxter was still the type to offer to do whatever was needed of him, even if it was something that he wasn't prepared for. It was funny how it was always the Eckert siblings who managed to get him mixing batter. What about you? What about me? Have you done much cake decorating in recent years? Ah, that is a complicated question. I will, however, be right back. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break and then we will keep going. 5 hours in. Woo, woo, woo. Hello, hello. We have returned. Woo! How we doing? How we feeling? K-Stream is still up and going good. Nothing got knocked off course while I was gone. Love to see it, love to hear it. Bathroom break done, refill water done. We are good to keep going, buddies. Thank you, I appreciate that, Hunter. If I had to take a guess, I'm going to watch me be way off here. I think this is gonna fall into another 2-hour stream. So my prediction right now is we're gonna fall somewhere between the 7 and 8 hour mark. That's my guess. Watch me be super fucking wrong though, and then we can laugh at me. It'll be fine. But yeah, I love him. I love all these little nods and nudges to our past. I think it's cute. But yeah, I'm still alright with it. Nothing amazing, but it'll work, right? Excellent. The decor will make up for the box cake taste. You headed to the sink to wash your hands. There was no certainty that the cake would turn out as 100% perfect, but 70% was okay. Even 10% would be great if it'd make Scott happy. Let's get started. Without further discussion, and with a massive list of things to still be done, you and Baxter set to work preparing the cake. That went without a hitch, shockingly. It was only oil, water, and an egg into the pre-mixed dry ingredients, but the track record for things going wrong was impressive. Once that was combined, you lined the pan with parchment paper, and Baxter poured in the batter. By the time you'd rinsed out the bowl, the oven beeped. Baxter, after checking to make sure the temperature was right at least twice, slid the pan into the oven. He set a timer for half an hour, in accordance with the directions. It might take a bit longer than that. I'll keep an eye on it. The last thing we need is a burnt cake. Right. Suddenly, all that was left to do was wait. Baxter checked his phone for messages as he leaned against the counter. Aha! A grin spread across his features, and his fingers flew across the screen to send off a quick text. Peering from around his side, you managed to sneak a peek at a few pictures of Scott's game controller. It had a thankfully uncomplicated design, bright red with a handful of black and white buttons and joysticks. The shape looked like it would be pretty easy to replicate. It was wide and bulky. A sheet cake could be carved into the general shape for sure. With this, I'll prepare a stencil. Keep an eye on the cake for us, would you? Half serious and half joking about the cake, he departed from the kitchen. Your heart fluttered when he said us, even though you knew it was purely innocuous. This was a project between the two of you. So, us was an obligation from the well-meaning Baxter, who gave credit where credit was due. As commanded, you brought your nose up to the warm oven and peered inside. Since the cake was hidden behind a tinted window, you couldn't exactly register how it was doing. You couldn't smell anything either. That you'd take. No scent meant no smoke. Overall, it seemed like the cake was baking. Nothing seemed off or even lopsided. Maybe. Hopefully. Apologies for having kept you waiting. Baxter returned with a plain sheet of printer paper and a pencil. I'm afraid I don't have a printer, so we'll have to freehand it. That prompted the question as to why he had the printer paper in his house then. He didn't give that question room to rise, hopefully unlike your cake. Baxter set his supplies down and leaned over his phone, brows furrowed with concerted effort. The tip of the pencil had yet to meet the page. Baxter hesitated as he drew his screen closer to double-check the shape before finally committing graphite to white. He slowly drew out the lower curve of the controller, stopping every so often and leaving darker lines at certain points. When he closed off the completed shape, it was completely lopsided. The first half looked quite good. The other half, however, was short and narrow. He brought it all in too soon. Well, I wasn't expecting it to be perfect on my first try. He chuckled, running his fingers through his hair. Baxter started erasing his failure before sighing loudly. Giving up, Baxter simply turned the page over onto its other side. He sketched the controller again, to no more success than the last. He set the pencil down. There was no attempt to erase anything. Baxter was already turning to the other half of the apartment. I'll get another sheet, or rather, an entire stack would be best. He stood up, digits resting against the nape of his neck. Baxter's eyes met yours. His tense smile faltered a bit as the bright brown of his irises flicked straight down to the ground. You don't need to worry. I'm not quite as sensitive as I used to be about mistakes. I will survive this, pride as wounded as it may be from these trials and tribulations. His tone was joking and light, but you couldn't help finding it unfunny. The Baxter you'd known agonized over missteps, far more than the average person. In the last few days you'd spent with him, you'd seen he had grown as a person. You would have believed he could deal with it, even if he'd said nothing. I can get you a pencil and bring even more paper to share if you'd like to give it a try as well. It was worth giving it a shot. Why not? Yeah, if you could, I'd appreciate it. Certainly. Baxter nodded, disappearing back to whence he came. Moments later, he returned through the hall with an inch-thick stack of paper, as he said he would, and with a second pencil in tow, too. Resuming his Herculean task, Baxter took another sheet of paper off the top and hoped that the third time would be the charm. After taking another glance at the reference photo, you sketched out the general shape of the controller. Baxter peeked over your shoulder, outright dropping his pencil once he realized it was better than what he was doing even before it was done. Once you did finish, Baxter took it gratefully in hand. Thank you, Blake. You saved me the burden of buying more paper this late in the evening, the night before a wedding I'm supposed to be the planner for. He laughed, his tone softening as he said your name. It was a stencil. You hadn't taken the time for any particular details. Still, Baxter seemed so relieved. Luckily, that was less painful than I assumed. You didn't miss the marked sarcasm that snuck into his words, despite his better efforts. We can prepare the colors. Perusing the counter for what remained of supplies, he picked up the box of food coloring. It's seen use before, judging by the inky smears left behind on Baxter's fingertips as he gathered the few of the bottles he'd needed, every color except for yellow. We got it, hooray! I'm telling you, this cake is gonna be fucking badass. We got this. As he worked through them, you pried open the little tubs of frosting. Nearly all of that will be red. Let's save some for the white, off-white, I suppose. Cream cheese can only look so pale, and a little extra for the black parts. I do believe mixing blue, green, and red will produce black. After closing his texts of the photos, he searched online for how to make black frosting. Yes, that appears to be the way. 2 little bowls were filled with several messy spoonfuls of frosting. The rest was plopped into a larger salad bowl, which Baxter couldn't help noting as ironic. Dye was added drop by drop, building up the shades as you went. The red bottle was squeezed nearly empty to reach a true red that matched the controller. Your white frosting was the only one that remained unblemished. What precious little red remained was reserved for the black, which ended up as a dismal gray. A harsh thing to think about, a color that, well, somewhat somber by nature. Still, Baxter didn't want to push the dye any further at the risk of ruining its taste or consistency. Few people are likely to notice that the black is more of a... His words trailed into nothing, eyes half-lidded as he stared at the frosting with new-found recognition. Baxter? Hmm? His face turned to you, taut with an unspoken emotion. Baxter unthinkingly reached out to wipe a bit of leftover frosting stuck to your fingers, stopping himself before he did. Oh, right, nothing. This will work fine for our purposes. He went to withdraw a saran wrap from one of the kitchen drawers and proceeded to hastily wrap up the 3 bowls before finally putting them away in his fridge. With the frosting and stencil taken care of, the 2 of you busied yourselves cleaning the counter and tossing the refuse, pieces of cardboard, a hollowed-out frosting tub, and failed controller outlines. Baxter even got a chance to properly hang his jacket. The timer ran out as you continued with minor chores. You'd moved on to cutting out the stencil using the same scissors Baxter set aside from his adventures in opening the cake mix box. Baxter handled the cake. A toothpick test was done and it came out clean. It was time for your treat to chill inside the freezer until it was set enough to be decorated. Let's go! We're doing it, buddies! Outside of that, everything that needed to be done had more or less been done. It was odd how familiar the empty space between a finished cake and an almost finished one felt. Then again, this had all happened before, hadn't it? You weren't left lingering in that quiet thought for long. Baxter had a plan for what to do next, of sorts. It amounted to pressing against the fridge with his body, almost perfectly parallel to it, and staying that way. Thank you, I appreciate it. Also, thanks for the hydrate reminder. Let's do that real fast. Ah, reading does make you thirsty. What does he think pressing against the fridge is gonna help? I'm confused. I don't know what his thought process is here. Before you could ask, he sighed deeply, as if the air he had stored in his body was being sucked out of him by the devious appliance he'd become attached to. Yeah, I love this. It's like the little bits of the real him are coming out. It's so fucking. Ah. I cannot believe I'm doing this again. You and me both. Neither of us ever learn, do we? Baxter's eyes closed as he languished there in relative silence. The veneer of him being a put-together wedding planner had been chipping since before you walked through his front door. It was entirely absent then. Who he actually was had been left exposed. You wanted to talk to him, the Baxter before you. I was meaning to ask, but what made you volunteer to do this? Why'd you mention groom's cakes in the first place? Um, he waited patiently for him to give his answer. There are particularly odd extraneous circumstances. Even I can admit I wouldn't do this for every client. And somehow that makes this worse. It's painfully obvious I have some personal investment, enough to merit this. He gestured vaguely to the kitchen, then to you. More than I intended to be, more than I ought to have. His arm relaxed, falling uselessly to his side. Finally, Baxter pried himself off the appliance, though he didn't remove himself from it for long. Instead, his black hair tousled as he flipped around so that the back of his head was against it. His gaze shifted to the ceiling, suddenly fascinated by the next floor up. I wouldn't have done this if you weren't here. Baxter closed his eyes, sighing deeply as he continued. Even though Miranda was the client's sister. He said client in a way that made Jude sound clerical, that detached him from knowing him, Miranda, or Scott as actual people. I wouldn't have offered. It'd be overreaching to do as much as I have. I've gone beyond the line of pure professionalism more than once already. The cake is the icing on top. Why did you do it then, if you're so worried? And what do I have to do with it? The question made him stop in his tracks. His confession came, uncharacteristically, without much thought on how it'd be received. Now he needed to explain himself. Well, naturally, it's against my better judgment to make anyone uncomfortable. Of course, in such a tight spot, Jude wouldn't have questioned any help he was offered. But what would Miranda have thought, and Terry as well, if some strange man they knew long ago was getting that personally involved in their situation? I wouldn't have crossed that line, no matter how much sympathy I had for Jude's position. Miranda and Terry had been your friends for years. You were certain Baxter was wrong about his assumption. Whether or not Baxter had prior experience with those two, there was no way they would judge him poorly for caring about someone, especially when it was for Jude and Scott. Baxter wasn't finished, however, and you weren't going to interrupt. So, where did my confidence come from? Very simply, I thought you would understand. That I had good intentions, that the odd lengths I went to was merely how I am, and that it was okay to let me be involved. And if you did understand, everyone else would as well. Oh. His answer fell like a rock into still water. He seemed smaller, younger now, like he was still 19. As soon as it comes to you, it appears my reason goes out the window, along with much of my dignity. He snorted derisively and didn't know where to look. The tiles above had lost their appeal. But that is how it is. I do understand, Baxter. I know you. He settled on staring past the wall, past everything, his arms crossed over his chest. Baxter's fingers dug into the sleeves of his shirt, pinching and knitting the fabric with new creases. His voice felt far away too, like he wasn't there in the same room with you anymore. It's odd, really. I'm the one who left. And yet I haven't stopped seeing you as someone important to me, important in my life. It truly does seem as though everything I did was for no reason at all. Baxter gave you no time to process the emotions he'd stirred before he launched into a non sequitur that sent you for a loop in an entirely different way. Blake, do you know that I enjoy dyeing my hair? For a second, you weren't sure that you heard that right. Baxter had been painfully honest with you these last few seconds, only to prompt you on hair dye. I love this too, not Baxter being like, you're still important to me, stop it. You're still important to me too, dude, it's okay. No, I didn't know you enjoyed dyeing your hair. It could have been a guess. It convinced you he was doing the same thing that he always did, changing the topic when it became a little too real. When nothing further happened, you realized he was seriously waiting for an answer. Yeah, your hair was dyed when I met you. It had white stripes. Like everything else about him, though you didn't add that to the conversation. He smiled faintly as he idly ran a finger along the curve of his bangs. That was my most dramatic look. However, I started dyeing my hair when I was 14. I'm still dyeing. Another little kernel of truth you hadn't been prepared for. That isn't your natural hair color? It is not. Then what? He twirled one of the longer strands of his hair around a finger. Gray. The generous might say I could count it as black, or that it was black in the right light, as my parents placatingly put it. The fact of the matter is that it's a dusty gray, quite similar to the frosting, actually. Considering it had been a decade of dye jobs and you'd literally never seen his roots show, Baxter was more than dedicated. No way. He chuckled at your disbelief. His smile was faint, tucked into his cheek. Yes way. Now why would I do that? I said it myself earlier. who would notice a color that wasn't exactly black? And why would they care even if they did? Me. I noticed. I noticed and it bothered me, so I dyed it. He pinched the fringe of his traitorous hair again before finally leaving it be, his hand finding its resting place on his upper arm. It was something I wanted only for my own preference. Was it something I wanted only for my own preference, or was it because I believed if I saw it as an imperfection, then that meant everyone else did? Probably the latter. That was the crux of it. He doubted his actions and appearance because others could scrutinize them, but whether they actually would or not didn't matter. He projected self-invented insecurities on those around him. Baxter only seemed half aware that was what was happening. He couldn't fully believe those who cared about him did so without terms or conditions. His jaw tensed with newfound frustration. Baxter was firmly rooted in this moment, stubbornly refusing to take his thoughts away from it. It startled you, in part because this was the first time he had ever opened up to you without prodding, and because at the end of everything, you were still the only one he trusted enough to tell it to. I have always been like this, Blake. Well, I won't bore you with the details. His voice was as delicate and heavy as glass. I'm sure I've already made you question your remaining here enough as it was. In short, what I'm saying is that I'm a fraud in all regards. You can't take any of it seriously, including what color my hair is. He chuckled darkly, pushing himself off of the refrigerator and busying himself with checking the cake in the freezer. As the tension reached a fever pitch, Baxter reached out to pluck a metaphorical thread and unwound it with a forced levity. No more than 10 minutes or so had passed since you put it inside, but it felt like hours had gone by. Your many attempts to give me credence are noted and appreciated, though. He shut the door again before announcing that he would need to check the oven again to make sure that it was really off. Not that he doubted your ability to turn off an appliance, but for his own self-preservation. That time it was the classic Baxter, a change of topic when it got uncomfortable for him. He always did that. Baxter tore himself apart, shred by shred, exactly like he did to that cake mix box earlier, all for just being who he was. Of course, he wasn't telling the truth when he told you he didn't do that anymore. That was another of his made-up stories he said for the amusement of the listener. You had some clarity for the first time in years. Baxter returned to your side eventually. His teasing smile softened as his gaze met your pensive stare. You were kind to listen to me complain. He reached out, lightly pressing his fingers to your arm. It was a bad idea to make you deal with that. I won't sour everything that we, Jude, Scott, Miranda, and Terry worked for by ruminating on my indiscretions the night before the wedding. At least, not for any longer. His voice was firmer, a change from moments before. He drew a line in the sand for the evening, meaning that you weren't going to be able to pry any more out of him. But perhaps later, if you're interested? Oh, Uh, mm. Dude is he's such a fucking puzzle, and I both love and hate him for it. I get it, but we're definitely going to talk later. He'd been the one who started it. You were going to finish it. He didn't give you a response outright, instead favoring a practiced smile. There was a tinge of regret that lingered in his eyes at telling you no again. At least this time, once and for all, it was a no for now. Can I offer you a glass of water, Blake? Still or sparkling? Or there's oat milk if you're feeling fancy. The only other drinks in the apartment are not appropriate for the present situation. I won't repeat every mistake of my life, only the largest, most impactful ones. Being offered water while teetering on the precipice of a deep, meaningful conversation, huh? Where had you heard that one before? Except where you'd been trying to help Baxter open up on that fateful evening long ago. Here he was once again deploying social niceties to make sure that didn't happen. Talk about ironic. It was strange that the events from 5 years prior should keep showing relevance in the present, but with the steps out of order, the meanings jumbled up. As if the two of you were tentatively resuming the motions of a dance you'd thought forgotten, an encore of a summer which had since faded into memory, variations on a theme. Baxter was still regarding you with a polite expression, faintly inquisitive. Right, the drink. That was a real question. Water would be great, thanks. Certainly. Let me take care of that. Please feel free to make yourself at home in the living room. I promise you the sofa and chairs are comfortable, despite their boxy appearance. You opted for the sofa and eased yourself down into the variously colored cushions. It was a pleasant surprise to find that Baxter hadn't been kidding. Your seat was nice and plush. Your host busied himself with the fridge he'd been intimately acquainted with, fetching a can of sparkling water along with a filtered jug of still water. Speaking of water, thank you so much for the reminder to hydrate. I'll get on that. What's with us and beverages, huh? I don't know. He's so weird because he opens up and then he goes up, never mind, close it again. And then he opens up and he goes up, never mind, gotta shut it. And I'm like, could you fucking pick one? Open or shut? Open it all the way or fucking lock it up. I don't know. Make a decision. Preferably the open up one, not close it and shut it. But you know what I mean. As he did so, you couldn't stop yourself from taking a peek at the refrigerator shelves from where you were sitting, wondering how much it resembled the one in his rented condo. That had been a paltry and tragic affair, and thankfully it was a thing of the past. Baxter now kept a healthy range of foodstuffs in his own home. He was looking after himself. Having taken care of the refreshments, Baxter made his way over to you and seated himself in a chair. Your glasses, veiled with fresh condensation, were placed on the coffee table. He went to the effort of placing coasters underneath each one with his now free hands. A minute's pause was filled by the two of you slowly sipping your drinks. Then Baxter returned his glass to its place and took a stab at conversation. He elected for something easy, starting to run over the plans for tomorrow once more, with a focus specifically on what you and he would be doing, rather than the happy couple. To clarify, I will take care of the decorations in the morning alongside Terry, Miranda, and the other members of Jude's family. In the meantime, you'll need to. And so forth. It was a subject entirely within his wheelhouse, and you nodded vaguely along as he went through the itinerary in stages, asking him questions if you needed clarification. Eventually, he ran out of details to touch upon, and you both ran out of stuff to drink. It was decided that now was the time to tackle the remainder of the cake. In the kitchen once again, Baxter retrieved the carrot cake from the freezer and placed it on a wooden cutting board with the same gentleness as if it was a newborn baby. What came next was entirely incomparable to childcare. He selected a large serrated knife from a block on the counter. You passed over the stencil prepared earlier while he tested the surface of the cake with his fingers. Satisfied with the consistency and temperature, he put the stencil on top. There was a moment of adjustment, lining the paper up so the cake was centered underneath. Then Baxter made a small murmur of relief. Thank goodness the cake didn't turn out too small. This should be doable. All I have to do is follow the guidelines we have so nicely laid out. Good luck! You stepped back to give him enough space to work without bumping his elbows. With the knife in one hand and the other pressing down on the stencil to steady it, Baxter set about carving. He worked slowly and methodically, removing the bulk of the excess with straight, clean cuts that merely scraped the outline of the stencil. Then, moving inwards, he began to refine the curved edges. The scraps of surplus cake were tossed into the pan it had been baked in, forming a small mound of crumbly fragments. You wondered if he'd ever watched Xavier do something like this before, or perhaps he'd seen one of the many cake competition shows on these days. He went at the cake fearlessly. Regardless, once there was no cake left protruding from underneath the stencil, he peeled back the paper to reveal a controller-shaped cake. While that was, of course, the expected outcome, the whole point of making a template, in fact, you experienced a thrill at seeing it work. Baxter was as happy about it as you were. He beamed up at you, making a brief jazz hands motion to emphasize the finished product, like he'd performed a magic trick. One controller cake as ordered. Our hard work with the guideline paid off magnificently. Thanks, you did a good job. Thank you as well. Now in terms of decorating, I should be fine. Cutting a custom design was at the edge of my comfort zone. The remainder of the process will be much more manageable. I can decorate too. Oh, that'd be very kind of you. We can make it a joint effort then. You started to tidy the work surface a little, sweeping stray crumbs and fragments of carrot cake into a cupped hand and shepherding them to the waste disposal, Baxter gathering the supplies. He brought out the bowls of frosting and arranged them in a neat line on the counter beside the cutting board. Pausing only to take in a calming breath, Baxter took a smaller knife and began to heap frosting onto the controller, starting with the main red color of the body. It became readily apparent that Baxter's decorating skills hadn't improved since the last time you'd seen him attempt it. He had particular trouble with the cake's unusual geometry. It was harder than he'd expected to cover the sides evenly, especially when it came to the sharper corners. At first, the frosting was lumpy, with little wisps coming off where he'd pulled the knife out. After a while, he began to lag, frustration getting the better of him. He raised his messy, frosting-covered hands and looked at you imploringly. He was timing out. You switched places, taking up the station in front of the cake. Baxter hovered to one side. You picked up where he left off, distributing the bright red goop as best you could. If it weren't for your assistance, Blake, I'd have thrown this cake out of the window by now. Some poor pedestrian down below would be having the worst night of their life. Oh no, not yeeting the goddamn cake. From there, you both added the remaining details using a couple makeshift piping bags. Those were engineered by simply snipping the corners off some plastic Ziploc bags. The buttons and the joysticks were laid in with the not quite black, with some almost but not exactly white used for the markings. And that completed the illusion. The dessert had taken on the form of a modern electronic device. You and Baxter stood back to admire your handiwork. It didn't look bad at all. Mom would have said it looked good enough to eat. It was never going to compete with a fully 3D creation like a commercial bakery could have made, but for a homemade cake prepared at the last minute, it would do just fine. Scott and Jude were going to love it, you were convinced. Baxter was fawning over the finished cake with a mixture of pride and abject relief. He wiped his forehead using the back of his hand, being careful not to smear himself with any of the frosting that still clung to his fingers. It is finished. We have a groom cake. With this, we can hope to see the couple's dream fulfilled a little more fully. I'm grateful for your help, Blake. Truly. This wouldn't have been possible without you. You tried to point out that he would probably have managed on his own, but Baxter dismissed the idea with a wave of his hand. If not for your company, I'd likely be scraping cake off the walls, and besides, I wouldn't have suggested making the groom's cake in the first place if not for my prior experience with overnight confection catering. And I have you to thank for that. See, a watertight argument. You'll simply have to accept my appreciation. He fixed you with his most winning smile, attempting to dazzle you into submission. You shrugged, not wanting to disagree with something he was clearly so certain of. Plus, it was nice to be praised. You looked down at the fruits, cake, of your combined labor. Overall, you were proud of the effort. With the utmost care, Baxter proceeded to put the cake safely into a container and stow it in the fridge, arranging things so that it had its own dedicated shelf for ease of retrieval. A glance at the clock on his wall showed it was past 1 in the morning. Oh no, you hadn't counted on finishing up that late. Baxter's expression tensed. He'd realized the same issue. Then his shoulders slumped, and he made a gripe of displeasure at the back of his throat. It will be almost 2 a.m. by the time we get you back to Scott and Jude's house. I'm sorry, I should have been better prepared. Are you at least able to let yourself in? Oh no. Speaking of being prepared, you should definitely have thought to ask Jude for a spare key. I don't. Sorry. Baxter's brow furrowed once again, and he began to worry his bottom lip with his teeth. You could almost see the machinery turning over in his brain. I see. It's far too late at night for us to wake them up, not with their extremely important day today. He ran a hand through his hair, letting his head fall back and sighing with exasperation. This has been a complete failure on my part. It seems I'm not a very good planner. I can only apologize, Blake. You need your rest as much as anyone. If you aren't totally opposed to it, you could take the guest room here for the night. I keep it furnished just in case, though it has yet to see use. You'd be welcome to sleep there, and I can drop you off back at Scott and Jude's in the morning, so you'd still have an opportunity to get changed before the event. Okay, sounds good to me. Though you accepted the offer as calmly as you could manage, your mind was reeling. You were doing something you could have only ever dreamed of a few days ago. It almost didn't seem possible. Life could be pretty amazing, sometimes. I know it's not ideal, but thank you for being flexible, Blake. And here I was, thinking that it was my talent. His tone was light and humorous, filled with that typical Baxter sparkle, but you noticed that his eyes were softer, more restrained. He averted his gaze, seeming hesitant. I wonder if... He cut himself off, flinching before an imagined impact. He had raised a hand towards you, as if to touch the hand you had resting on the countertop. He thought better of it, reaching instead to pat you on the arm. Baxter didn't meet your eyes, or even continue where you'd left off. We should get some sleep. Yeah, we should. Passing out in the middle of a wedding wasn't exactly on your bucket list. The two of you promptly made ready for bed. Baxter showed you down the hallway to the guest room, then rooted around in one of the bathroom cabinets for a spare toothbrush. You didn't have pajamas, and Baxter seemed either unwilling or simply too awkward about the situation to offer you any spares. It was fine. You'd manage with just the clothes you had. See, this room feels more Baxter. After satisfying himself that you were settled as you could be, Baxter bade a brief farewell. Rest well, Blake. I'll see you bright and early in the morning. Good night, Baxter. Baxter bobbed his head before ducking away completely inside his bedroom. He closed the door. You headed into your room, went straight over to the spare bed, and tucked yourself in. Sleep had the good grace not to keep you waiting, not after such a tiring day. Soon you were drifting off into a deep slumber, head empty save for the smell of unfamiliar bedsheets and carrot cake. You were woken by the shrill sound of an alarm that you vaguely remembered setting on your phone the night before. You fumbled around on the bedside table to turn it off. Sitting up in bed, bleary-eyed and yawning, you could see that it was a beautiful day. The sky was a pristine blue, and the tops of nearby buildings were gilded in the morning sun. Damn, it's bright in here in the morning, shit. You dressed and ambled out into the living room, sleepily wondering what Baxter might have in the way of breakfast. That was until you were confronted with something that chased all thought of food from your head. From down the hall came a sort of clattering, thumping noise. Every so often you could make out a muttered curse and the sound of someone moving about. The door to the master bedroom was ajar, though you couldn't make anything out through the crack. The commotion was coming from inside. Was Baxter okay? You approached the door, curious as to what the commotion was about. The ruckus intensified as you got closer. It sounded as though California was experiencing a miniature earthquake, localized entirely in the back corner of one 11th floor apartment, which was in the process of upending his belongings. You caught another snatch of Baxter's voice. There was a groan of frustration, and he muttered an expression that you could have sworn was clucking bell, or at least something very much like it. Oh no. I know exactly what he was saying. Dang, Baxter. Okay. Baxter? You called tentatively through the crack in the door, but there was no response. You tried again, louder this time. Still nothing. Peering into the room, you could see an untidy mess of pants and shoes and other articles of clothing littering the floor. You watched as a purple button-down sailed suddenly into view and landed in the heap. Amid the disorder, a splotch of white caught your eye. On Baxter's bed, you could make out a wrinkled, worn, and white tee with a familiar black emblem on the front. The shock of recognition came as a tingling across your scalp. He'd kept it, the souvenir you'd got for him years ago. You'd been convinced he would have tossed the thing out or in the back of a drawer. The fact he'd instead held on to it made you feel a complicated mix of emotions. It was as sad as it was touching. Now was not the time to unpack it, however. Him fucking kept it. In that moment, you'd wanted to see the man himself, but no matter how you tried, you couldn't catch sight of Baxter from out in the hallway. Desperate times called for desperate measures. You pushed the door open, stepping a short way inside. On the same side of the room as the entrance, you discovered the opening to a walk-in closet, and at the far end of the closet, I love that he still has it. That shit makes my heart so happy, bro. And at the far end of the closet, it took you a second to realize what you were looking at. There was Baxter Ward in the flesh and almost nothing else. He happened to be rummaging through his collected wardrobe while wearing only boxers and a pair of socks. He'd been facing away initially, showing his exposed back. Not him in his underwear. Then he turned, and you were greeted with a full view of his naked torso. When your brain caught up with what was going on, you couldn't stop yourself letting out a little yelp of surprise. Baxter didn't startle, having caught sight of you in the corner of his peripheral vision. "Hello, Blake. Terrible morning, isn't it?" "Ah, oh, it's awkward. It's so awkward. Buddy, you're in your fucking underwear, my guy." You raised your hand in greeting. Morning." Baxter spun on his feet and resumed his work without explanation. So are things okay in here?" Baxter gave a terse sigh, his fingers continuing to comb through his collection of shirts and jackets. "They could be better, let's put it that way. I'm sorry my room is in such a state. You've caught me with my pants down in more ways than one. I simply can't find my work uniform. It's not an official matter. But there's a particular shirt I always like to wear when on duty at weddings, to help identify me as staff, you see. But it's missing. What I should have done was taken the time to set my clothes last night. Unfortunately, I was distracted with baking and frosting and a new guest in my home." His features took on a pinched, agitated quality, his eyes darting distractedly about the room. "Either way, I have to hunt it down, or we're going to be late." A faint edge of panic began to creep into his voice, and he started to upend the closet with increased urgency. I can't believe you conned me into thinking you got better with mornings. That one." Baxter let out a short bark of a laugh, catching himself by surprise. "It was never intentional, I promise. You overestimate me. I've always loathed the early hours of the day. I merely learned to channel that hatred more productively. There always seems to be something waiting to go wrong." Baxter grumbled as he relentlessly sifted through the closet, as much to himself as to anyone. You wondered if he had a habit of thinking out loud even when he was alone. Part of the tragedy of adult life is learning to roll with the punches, so to speak. I suppose I should be proud of the fact I can at least handle it much better than when I was younger. Thinking about what kind of panic a younger Baxter would have been thrown into at the prospect of missing a shirt on an important day, he made a comical sputter of disgust, like he was experiencing a full body shiver. You smiled, recalling the first time you'd ever interacted with Baxter this early in the day. It had left such a strong impression, you doubted you'd ever forget. He'd been so flustered. It was like he'd stumbled across a whole different person, wearing Baxter's pajamas and face. Nothing like the man you now knew, who was frustrated, sure, but still managed to approach the situation without letting it crush him, even in just his boxers. Your brain couldn't help but remind you of a strange coincidence, that Baxter almost undressed in front of you on that other occasion 5 years ago. There was no almost about the present situation. Aha! There was a sudden shout of euphoria from the back of the closet, jolting you out of your train of thought. Baxter stumbled back into the room, a black button-down clutched victoriously in one hand. Hallelujah, I found it. Finally. A close call if I ever had one. I appreciate you coming to lend your support, Blake. If you don't mind giving me a minute, I'll be dressed and with you shortly. Although, he gave a small giggle looking down at himself. Since you've already seen me like this, it doesn't make much sense that the time you need to leave is while I put my clothes on. But still, I'm sure you've got better things to do than watch the cleanup of a train wreck. Yeah, I'll go get the cake out of the fridge. Now that is a plan. See you in a bit then. You left him to get decent, heading down the hall and into the kitchen. He brought the cake out with careful fingers and set it on the counter. Baxter being in his fucking underwear, I can't with this man. He had me thinking he was more fucking put together. Nah, he's still a hot fucking mess. What do you mean? Jesus. Dude had me fooled. Thank you for the hydrate reminder. We had the same idea. He's a tricky one, he is. The more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm like, my guess is already probably wrong. We'll probably get more to the 9 or 10 hour mark. I hope, and we're going to take a minute to just hope that we get done with this before the 11-hour mark. I just want this to be shorter than last week. That is my only goal here. Please, universe. Please, gods I don't believe in, help me out. Throw me a fucking bone. Because I'm bad at guessing and estimating. But it's fine. Okay, back to it then. After that, you sat down in the living room to wait. It wasn't long until Baxter appeared. You were gazing out a window when you heard the click of shoes on the hard floor, followed shortly after by the man himself sauntering into view. He was smartly dressed in black from top to tail. His slacks were crisp and pressed, his shoes polished, and miraculously, his shirt seemed to have survived the ordeal without getting creased. He took a cursory glance over the marble counter, spying the finished cake. Excellent. Thank you for taking care of that. If there's nothing else to attend to, we should get on our way. You readily agreed, picking up your bag and joining him by the front door. A short trip down the elevator, and both you and the cake were safely bundled into Baxter's car. He pulled out of his parking space and set a course for the suburbs once more. It was still early, the air crisp as it wafted through the rolled windows. Baxter leaned one arm on his door, cool and casual. Since we're keeping our creation a surprise, I'll take it to the venue. So don't worry about leaving it here. I'll hop out with you to say hello to the betrothed, though. Now, as for what happens next, I thought we could. The pair of you naturally waded into a discussion on the minutiae of the wedding. You'd already been over most of it, but it was confidence boosting to have it laid out one more time. As Baxter described it to you once, weddings and similar occasions were kind of ritual. You supposed that obsessing over the little details was a crucial part of another kind of ritual. Surprisingly, you had begun to feel almost like Baxter's colleague, a fellow planner endeavoring to bring this event to fruition. You'd certainly put in the work by this point. The conversation didn't stop at your own responsibilities for the day. Baxter reiterated that he, together with Terry, Miranda, and the other members of Jude's family, would be decorating the wedding hall over the course of the morning. The marriage would be conducted in the late afternoon, with a sit-down dinner reception in the evening, so there was still plenty of time to prepare. This detour back to Scott and Jude's was for you to change into your outfit. You couldn't exactly come to their big day in casual clothes you'd slept in the previous night. You'd regroup with the rest of the crew after freshening up. Even though Jude at least knew the reason for it, your cheeks got heated at the prospect of showing back up with Baxter after spending the night at his place. It felt so scandalous. Mr. Ward didn't give the same impressions as Terry or Cove, or any of the other men you knew, really. Crashing with them was totally cool, no questions to be had. But Baxter? Someone both suggestive and inaccessible? Staying at his apartment would raise eyebrows. And that was without mentioning the fashion in which your morning had started. It was too late to take it back now. Not that you would even want to. You relished the final calm before the storm until Baxter stopped the car, across the street from the soon-to-be Adam house. That was typical, though this time he couldn't pull up the driveway, because there was already an occupant stationed there. A shockingly red sports car had been parked facing the road, its spotless painted body gleaming in the ever-intensifying rays of sun. The rental, you assumed. Baxter had come through yet again. It was almost exactly the same shade as the controller cake tucked safely away on the back seat. You'd bet good money that Jude the motorhead wouldn't be the only one thrilled to ride in it. Walking past the vehicle on the way to the front door, you and Baxter paused to admire the sleek profile and elegant curves. The Corvette somehow looked better up close. The gloss of the paint was reflective. In the entryway, Baxter rapped on the door with a knuckle. You noticed he did this in spite of the fact there was a doorbell. Maybe just another one of his inexplicable mannerisms. After a brief pause, there were footsteps inside, and then Scott was standing in the open doorway. He greeted you enthusiastically, full of restive energy. Hey, welcome back. Oh, and Baxter too. Good morning. Being confronted by the groom you were in the process of keeping a secret from caught you off guard. It would have been prudent to go over the plan for this on the ride over. Baxter, however, had no problem acting fine under pressure. Good morning to you, Scott, and how are you feeling today? Excited? Nervous? Maybe both? No, yeah, definitely both. I thought I'd never sleep, and... There was more commotion in the hallway. Jude came jogging up behind to greet you over Scott's shoulder. Hey, you made it. How was your night with Terry and Randy Blake? His demeanor was cool and calm, exuding total confidence despite the nonsensical question. You quickly surmised that sleeping over at your friend's place must be a cover story. You hastened to school your expression, not wanting to give the game away. It was nice. Nothing major happened. The important thing about lies was to never embellish more than necessary. You'd learned that from your mom, who could have told tales for the Olympics. Which was ironic, really. She abhorred lying. Fortunately, Scott wasn't the least bit suspicious, his mind obviously preoccupied on more matrimonial topics. You could practically see the daydream bubble of Scott skipping down the aisle. I wanted to stop by briefly to see how you were both feeling before this afternoon, and happened to bump into Blake on the driveway. Well rested, Jude? Yep, I'm good. somehow managed to get Scott to go to bed too. That's true. Jude knows the art of relaxation. Of course. It's wonderful there's nothing to worry about on that front. Everything is running smoothly with regards to the preparations. Here Baxter gave Jude a meaningful look, who cracked into a small grin behind Scott's back. Message received. So you can focus on getting yourselves ready for your moment without concern. Although if anything comes up, please don't hesitate to give me a call. You stifled a giggle throughout that exchange in spite of yourself. Seeing Baxter suavely passing veiled messages when he'd been such a frantic mess half an hour before was too funny. Honestly, the fact that he was able to pull such an abrupt about-face, to let his own stress fade into the background in service of pure professionalism, it was kind of hot. And just like that, you weren't in danger of laughing anymore. Baxter cleared his throat, glancing at his phone. I best get to the venue, since everything is in hand here. Terry and Miranda have already arrived there. Right. Don't let us keep you. And thanks, Baxter, for everything. We really appreciate what you've done for us. Jude made a though to offer his agreement, but Baxter smiled and raised a hand to stem the flow of gratification. You are too kind. However, as it stands, my job is only half finished. I'll be only too happy to accept your words once the wedding is over. To do so now would be premature. Sure, dude, but thanks anyway. Jude met your gaze as he said this, to include you in the sentiment. You silently hoped your baking lived up to his rising hopes. Baxter nodded and turned to leave, before doubling back to catch you briefly by the elbow. I'll see you later, Blake. Terry should come by to pick you up once you've had an opportunity to get changed. Sure thing. Baxter smiled warmly and gave your arm a nearly imperceptible squeeze before letting go. His goodbyes said, Baxter wasted no time. He strolled briskly down the driveway and got into his car, sparing you a wave as he drove away. Behind you, Scott cleared his throat. Come in, Blake. Jude and I were just starting to get ready ourselves. Do whatever you've got to do. Oh, and there's finally a key for you. It's on the kitchen counter. Yeah, we remembered that one a little late. They certainly had, but you couldn't pretend as if you'd asked for it. Or that you were mad you got more time with Baxter. Now I have some pants to iron. He vanished into the house, a spring in his step. As you were crossing the threshold, Jude mumbled to you under his breath. Hey, help yourself to the food in the kitchen. Not sure if you had to pass on breakfast this morning or... He spoke guiltily, but you brushed it aside. You'd lost out on some sleep, but the look on Scott's face would be worth it. It's okay. Thanks, Jude. You were left to your own devices for the remainder of the morning. Availing yourself of Jude's offer, you cobbled together a quick breakfast before heading upstairs and taking a well-earned shower. As a treat for working hard, you indulged in the hot water for a while. But eventually you returned to the other guest room that had been loaned to you and hauled your suitcase onto the bed before fishing out your wedding attire. Ah, full suit. Gotta go with the full suit. It was a relief to see that the journey hadn't wrinkled anything too much. You weren't going to be turning heads for the wrong reasons. Examining yourself in the mirror, you were reminded of another formal occasion, another summer. This time, you were the one who'd packed a suit for a trip away from home. It had seemed so eccentric when you were 18, but now that you were attending someone's wedding, it was totally reasonable. Baxter still probably took formal attire wherever he went, good reason or no. When you had your look finalized, there was little left to do other than wait for Terry to come collect you. It felt funny to be loafing around the house dressed to the nines. Fortunately, you weren't left to your own devices much longer. Shortly before noon, a car honked and your phone alerted you of a text. It was Terry, thoroughly making you aware that he'd arrived. You sprang to your feet from the sofa you'd been lounging on, pausing in the hallway to give a quick goodbye to Scott and Jude wherever they were, then dashed out the front door. Terry's van was parked across the street, in the place Baxter's car had occupied before. You went around to the passenger side and popped the door open. "Someone's looking fancy. Where are you going today?" Over in the driver's seat, Terry was wearing a swanky-looking waistcoat and an enormous grin. He looked so eager that, if you hadn't known better, you'd have guessed it was him getting married. "Same place you're going, Terry." "What a coincidence. Get in and buckle up already. We've a wedding to catch." You did as instructed, climbing into the cab and buckling yourself in. Terry rammed the van into gear and pulled off, wasting no time in heading back the way he'd come. As the car picked up speed, he drummed his hands on the steering wheel animatedly. "Ah, it's finally here. The big one. I'm ready for it." "I'm hyped for it too." It was true. Ever since you'd woken up that morning, you'd been quietly buzzing with anticipation, although that could possibly be your lack of sleep talking. Either way, you were giddy with it. Your affirmation had Terry poised to jump from his seat as he navigated a lane change. He'd be out like a shot as soon as you got there. If he was this fired up about someone else's wedding, well, Miranda had absolutely nothing to worry about. You whiled away the journey in an idle conversation, most of it wedding-focused. The preparations were already well underway, but Terry was keen to stress that your assistance would be very welcome. The route brought you into the heart of the city. Both the wedding and the reception were to be held on an upper floor of one of the many skyscrapers that dominated the urban sprawl. Terry parked in a lot under the shadow of the high-rise, and after an extended elevator ride, the doors opened.